What's up though, people? Dodge. What have I not crafted? Oh, a normal grenade, probably. Alright guys, finishing up Requiem today. I don't think we're super far off. We'll finish it. Pretty chill, I'd imagine. A few hours, maybe more. I don't know for sure, but considering most people seem to do this in less time than I've already spent on it, I'd imagine we're not too heavy left anymore. But yeah, after this we're gonna do a Resident Evil tier list. I've done one before. It was before I played some stuff and rewatched playthrough of some other stuff, and so that'll be cool. A more complete, if you will, run at it. And then we'll probably do something lighter after this, unless the Dead Space 3 thing works out to be soon. Be just fine. But yeah, probably Lost and Found Co. or Pokemon Pocopia. Then we'll start RTS back up as well. RTS thing will just be kind of a project over time, but yeah. When we left off, we're entering the Ark, which is a secret Giga facility under the secret Giga facilities. After the reveal that there was a secret Giga secret about the real reason Raccoon City was hit with the bombs. Was to hide or control or stop an even worse thing, which is the mutated T-virus and Elpis being some kind of, I don't know, end all be all, who knows, mind control, fucking whatever, Resident Evil story shit. It's all fun and goofy. They better have a laser jump section, there's no way. Oh, okay. Air conditioners. Thought they were bringing it back, man. What is this? Like bombs. Rest area. Quiet. No, it is. Oh yeah, that's awesome. I'm gonna make something real quick. What do you, anything in particular that you've been enjoying? I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar. Oh, I haven't crafted machine gun yet. That's probably what. Duke Nukem 2. Like, surely I've heard of that. Wasn't there a 2D Duke Nukem, like, side scroller as well? Or is that Duke Nukem 2? I'm not quite sure. There was stuff before Duke Nukem, right? Yeah, for 3D, which I still need to play. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine I'll never get around to those, but I still haven't done 3D. I need to. But I think I watched like a video on them a long time ago. Trying to find a moment where I can make machine gun ammo. Damn. Commander Keen-esque shit. Oh, this needs like more scrap. Not exactly easy. Figure it out later. I used to watch some Commander Keen speedruns, but never played them. As far as DOS goes on the little journey, I feel like next would be Warcraft 2, but I might play a Windows version of that. We'll see. And then Command & Conquer, I'll be playing a remaster too, so. New guns. Thanks. But I mean, yeah, that's the good. I mean, that's like, indies and stuff. Some of the best stuff is the stuff like that. That's awesome though. It's cool to hear people going back and playing some oldies. Warms the cockles. Yeah, I'll be playing some new shit for a little bit here, but we'll be dipping back into some classics soon as well. Be cool to hit up like a kind of like a DOS favorites type of thing. Mind you, I've played a lot of DOS stuff. Point and clicks and all that regardless, like your some of your old shooters and point and clicks and all that shit, but kind of need to take a peek at some of the stuff that really only existed there, hasn't been ported forward and all that. Because a lot of the time you play some of those old DOS ones and, Steam or GOG just opens up an instance of DOSBox, so. A lot of these PC ports you're not even really thinking about as like specifically like going back, being retro, but you're there anyways. Might and Magic, yeah. I've watched some Might and Magic, pretty neat. I've been watching a big documentary series retrospective on Ultima. It's been really neat to learn about all that. I mean, I've always known that Wizardry's influence on like the JRPG and the modern RPG landscape, but it's kind of neat seeing it firsthand. I'd always planned on maybe playing them myself, but in lieu of that happening, kind of neat to learn about a little bit of the history and see some of the games a bit. There's a lot there, a lot of Ultimate stuff. Obviously, those are like more fundamental. They're probably not all like a super good time these days. Or even, you know, maybe even compared to some of the best stuff back then, but it's been neat to learn about. I have so much large. Yeah, we'll just make a grenade just to use some. Just make more shotgun ammo, which is pretty good. Who is that? Yeah. My dad was a bit into PC gaming too. That was probably the only kind of gaming, that and arcade stuff. Not probably like an enthusiast, mind you, but that's where I got into WoW and played some of my early shooters. Was able to do some PC gaming, but yeah, I mean, I was mostly console. I dabbled enough in PC where I think I gave it a pretty wide range. I mean, I was pretty much just Nintendo for the longest time, but it wasn't like pure console, so that's carried over into kind of a passion for just about everything. Oh yeah, when I do DOSBox, I gotta like mount them and remember where the fuck I mounted them every time I open it and run the exe through that. And it's not probably like super complicated, but there's a lot more than that to be doing as well. I want to go all out. These are getting me a little sussy here. What's going on, but it's gonna turn into like a whole thing. I would say we just had like a bunch of bosses, so surely we won't have more, but I mean, so far Leon's been pretty much like boss city, so Jesus, they give you a lot of large gunpowder and not a lot of scrap. I know I've been doing a lot of rifle rounds, but Jesus. Yeah, no red flags. These remind me of RE4. It's probably not the same type of deal, but wish I could use this and have it just be in my repertoire. I think if you take off a charm, it's still there, but it doesn't get added to your thing. Be nice to add this one. I just sold that scope, but not too worried about that. Just replay stuff. On the way back, huh? So I learned there's a fucking gun parries in this shit, dude. If you aim and shoot right as you're about to get hit, he does like these like unique animation executes and stuff. I mean, normally I would just go for the axe. It was pretty cool. Because I've been watching a playthrough. Oh my god. I've pretty much slept the last 24 hours. Like, been crazy. Because I had 3 hours of sleep, then we streamed, and then I was gonna stream more, and after, you know, before, you know, 'cause it was 3 hours sleep, work, nap, stream, and I guess my body's like, that's not enough, and I just fell asleep pretty much until recently. I've been watching a run of this in between bouts of sleep, and we'll probably be on all night for real this time. Body needs it, like I said. I haven't had the full sleep test, but the doc thinks I got some kind of sleep apnea, so sometimes it kind of sucks. Whatever, I guess I'll get to sleep. But, yeah, point is, might take a little bit to wake up here, but I've been watching other runs and stuff. And yeah, they did the gun execution, which was really cool. There's a lot of cute little animations. I don't know if I'm gonna. I mean, if it happens, it happens. It's pretty much like if you're about to shoot a guy who's gonna jump right at you. Leon's the most popular. I was thinking about that. I was like, when you think about all of the games, who has the most personality and which game? And it's RE4 Leon. I mean, not to mention it's like probably the most popular. Well, I mean now it's probably not as played as like some of the new stuff. Just gaming's gotten really big. But I mean, talk about being a huge moment in gaming RE4. So I mean, yeah, Leon's just got a lot of personality. It's not like RE6 Leon was that interesting. He's okay, but you know, Chris is like the golden retriever, nice guy who's more punished in the later ones. He's funny too. You know, I like him. The chicks don't get a lot of good screen time, and I don't really care for the character of them in the remakes. But I don't know. Leon's just had the most personality in some of the best games. So. Yeah, they tried to do some of that in RE4 remake, and I don't like it much. But two being kind of like the greenhorn, and then I like this one where he's a bit more. He's still one-linery, but he's a bit more gruff. That's kind of it's kind of like what he was in RE4 remake, but it fits better when he's like in his 50s than in that. I liked it when he was more cavalier in the original RE4, but all of it's a lot of personality. Like Chris is fun. Chris is fun to like meme on, and Wesker's always fun. And you know, I like old Jill and Claire and stuff. I mean, they don't say much, but they have like a cool costume and look to them and ability and all that stuff. But it'd be cool to see one of them get like a really strong game. But yeah, I mean, Leon's your guy, right? Chris, probably your next up. 5 did a lot for Chris, probably. Probably more in a fan service way. I feel like Chris became like some fucking like Bara icon at that point. Like, this is Mr. Muscle, sex man. Than anybody cares about his personality. He's kind of just like my man. He's just a memeable guy, boulder punching and shit. Yeah, he's just a boulder punch bolt guy. Otherwise, he's just like the golden retriever in the old ones, right? I think if they do a Code Veronica remake, there's a lot of room to have Chris be really interesting, like do something, especially with you know his sister and all that being there, and hopefully make Claire a little bit more fun. He's kind of just like a generic good person wearing like a pretty generic outfit in the remakes. She's cool and all, but and it's fine if they just want to keep doing new characters. They don't have to just use the old ones. But I think for their remakes, there's room to do fun stuff with them. Or if they ever did an RE1 remake in this style, which I don't think I'd want, but I'm sure they'll get there eventually. Have Jill be cool again instead of cursing tank top Joe Rando. She never really felt like she was a kind of like a badass in 3. It felt very faux badass, like they're trying too hard with it. And not to say that a casual outfit's bad. I mean, she's wearing like a casual like tube top outfit in 3 remake because I think she was like going to like a fucking show or something. But like, you know, still looks like a boss. And she got the old beret outfit and shoulder pads or whatever. And the first one, and you know, there's not much dialogue in those. So sometimes just like the outfits and you know what you're doing is kind of people impart personality on them. Although playing the original Resident Evil, she gets hit by Barry a lot, so it'd be kind of cool to maybe be a little bit more boss and then have more cool moments with Barry. I wouldn't mind seeing Barry again, but he'd be like really old at this point. Barry was already like middle aged in RE1, but they got a lot to pull from. I don't see them making a shit load more Leon games. We'll see at the end of this what it looks like. I think if this is properly Wesker, they've set up a good like a fertile ground for the next remix, because Code Veronica is a Wesker game, RE5 is a Wesker game, and Chris and stuff, so they could have a little more Wesker popping up, I guess, if they really want to keep pushing that. So far they've been really focused on like Leon remakes, and then I guess, you know, RE3, which was kind of the outlier. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it just so happens to be that generally some of the best stuff, Leon. But.
Where is that? Okay.
But I mean, I'm cool just seeing new games. I don't need to be remakes, but they tend to do good reimaginings. Yeah, this is gonna be like an actual shooter section.
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
That'd be a little weird. I have so much fucking gunpowder. This game dips into like the heavy gun action just a touch. I imagine they've learned their lesson to not overdo that and go down that line. Like it worked in 5. 5 owns what it's trying to do pretty well. I mean, it's got its issues. I don't find it as strong of an experience as like 4, but that's pretty hard to do anyways. But they took that and then learned a lesson in that they just kept going towards that style, and then you end up with like a 6. So, you know, I've been really enjoying this. I think they've done a really good job mixing like all the styles in this, but I'm kind of curious if they'll learn any wrong lessons or do anything weird. Or I think they've got a pretty good grasp on what Resident Evil is at this point. I get wanting to like mix it up and do new things, so maybe that all ends up right. The body armor is pretty much just like buying health. Always cool. Not too many more upgrades till we're full. I'm not too worried about those upgrades anyways, they're not very interesting. I need to get some pads for my arm. It's the only thing about here so far is the arms are pretty much shot. Hurts my elbows just a little bit. Flickers, man. Not what you want to be seeing. Corner popping, one of the benefits of third person. They're elite guards. They're most certainly not. I do wish you could change your shoulder in this, but alright. What the fuck is this? They can shoot you through this, huh? Why wouldn't they be able to? It's bait. Bait to even go up there. Quick shooters. The only one. Good up, brother. Oh my grenades, it's just one guy. They're gonna come from the back too. They're accurate and they get you pretty much as soon as you're open. I was hoping they wouldn't be able to see you up through this, but just lost like my entire body armor and 2 full heals from a couple shots. I'm expecting action. They get you quick too. A lame section, honestly. This dude just sees through it all. you're playing this game for, but alright. Okay, Leon, can you just throw this thing quickly? Take more damage than any boss fight. A couple of fucking hit scanners. Hear me out, reload. Is it really necessary, bud? It's no joke, he says. Why? Was I doing miss something cool? Oh, is there? The loads are quick, man. Can I activate the hunters? That would actually be cool. Okay. I'm gonna get a good shot on him though. Still getting hit. Where are the hunters from?
I'm ahead of myself. Liquor.
The liquor. I'll have to try to make a shot from across the room. Kind of a wonky ass section. These guys are hit scan gods. Well, they're not hit scan, but they're elite, bros. Like, I'm still getting hit through the smoke. Hello? Hello? How many times I gotta shoot it? Really? They just fuck you on it? This game's pretty scripted sometimes, man. I could go without that, some of that shit. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the call. And I'm gonna shoot these guys from afar, I think, instead. But... I mean, it's still a fun section, but a little... Not looking to fight too many of these guys, I will say. Unless there's cool shit like the liquor. Weird you can't shoot that, but you can see it. And the waiting game. Especially since they can shoot you through this. Kinda hard to see them. Well, melee kills him pretty quick. That's cool at least.
Liquor.
He's just standing there. What the fuck, dude? This guy's still got you fucking like twisted, man. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn off the light. That's okay. Oh, we're not in the horror mode anymore. We're in shooter man mode. I'm not worried about it at all. Better for the eyes at this point too. That's cool. You can use the liquor. A little funky because they're crack shots. You are not prepared. Jesus, we're ammoed up, man. I wanna go back. I don't know if we can though. Not yet. Yeah, or like the abiotic shield guys, those dudes were like magnets. No scrap. We're running out of supplies, guys. People really rush through this though. I mean, I'm a slow player, even for just like stuff that you don't need to be slow on, right? I like taking it slow and being careful and What's up? But yeah. Welcome back to not as good as Dead Space 3. Well, my man's getting a little dirty too. I needs to hit the wharf. More large gunpowder. Jesus Christ, dude. Did they forget that you needed scrap for anything? I mean, what the fuck, dude? I mean, I know I did a little too much rifle ammo in the beginning, but good god, man. We got like an inventory of large gunpowders. Holy Prometheus.
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
Why do they have a display for this? We're getting like a little tour. The crazy sex chamber. Profits in the next fiscal year. Profits. Bioweapon production hub. They've been working all this time, bros. $30 million for GARM. Been enhanced and enlarged. I mean, if you think of all the different games with all the different factions, it must be a scary world to live in, that you could just be anywhere from the Midwest to China to whatever the fuck. And there could just be an insane bioweapon plague at any moment. Because with Revelations, you even get like pirates or whatever the fuck. Like bioweapon, like rogue pirate. Yeah. But that's true, yeah. The liquor cheaper than the garum. What the? Commercialization. They're mass produced. The plant. 100 million for a plant. Prototype. They accidentally dropped him. Whoop. I've invested everything. Tyrant's more expensive. Effective human disguise. Anybody ever thought Tyrant didn't look like a crazy freak? What the? New Nemesis? Price negotiable. Mass-produced model. Are we about to fight Nemesis 2? Nemesis-y? Nemesis Y? I gotta get sleepies. You're back. Lex wins. Alright. This game would be the best game ever if they could make Nemesis cool again. I don't think they ever could, though. Cool about Nemesis is he's like a game-long thing through a lot of different phases, but he's got a cool design off the cuff. It's just not as cool in Remake. Lasers? Oh, this honk?
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself.
The honk fight, man. How old is honk? Yeah. Eric's here, man.
Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you, you're a smart ass. Not bad for someone with death's grave.
Worried about me? How sweet.
The fucking melee fight. You have to do like full melee setup here. Fucking hunk, man. He's good. And if you're even close to him, he just insta fucking counters that shit.
Get a little handsy, are we? Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
Alright. Love the cheese, dude.
Ran into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Coming from
Mortal Edge, bros. Yeah. If you let him kill you on the grab, he does his mercenaries, double claws in the air pose. Oh yeah, that's cool, dude.
you, that's quite the compliment.
I think it's okay to use a few heals on Honk. You could definitely do it better, but I think it's gonna be fine. You definitely gotta play melee. If you try to shoot him from afar, you can hit him, but if you're like mid-range, he just does the gun parry on you. Well, I guess there goes Honk. Unless he just comes back. Which, I mean, I could easily see them. He didn't like chop his head off, he cut his neck up, which I mean, let's be real. I could totally see him just being like, yeah man, he's back. Why not? Rubber knife, yeah. I mean, that's a fine way for him to go as well, I suppose, right? Back in Atkins City, back in the hunk. He's a cool boss. Yeah, I mean, you'd almost rather Honk just kind of keep going as this like operator for the bad guys, but it makes sense he would come and fight you. I mean, Honk's got to be about as old as our dude. I gotta wonder though, if Honk, I mean, you think he'd be virused up, man?
Grace should be nearby. Time to finally get some
Yeah,
answers.
the Eric VA, dude. Is there a shop that isn't super far away? I feel like there probably is. They're better devs than to not make me run all the way back to fix my shit. But that's whatever. We'll do it anyways. It's not that far. That's cool though. I didn't know if we'd see Honk, man. I thought maybe they would, like, it'd be really cool if they did like a side Honk mode again. And I still wonder if there is like a side mode, but that little extra something like that would be so good for this game. Tune up. What's the deal with this? Exceptional parry. Does this thing just break eventually? Can't tune it. Damn, you can sell it for 25k. Portal Edge. I guess you could just fight Honk completely melee. Instead, I feel like it probably would have been more efficient even. I always like that in a game with the ability to melee. I like one like boss who's like a bit more, even if it's more sneaky, like with Krauser, like melee focused. Kill them in 20 seconds, yeah. You just gotta learn his parries, right? It's got a couple chains. The power on this is a lot shittier. But it says it parries better. Does it just have like a better parry timing? Like more frames? Which would probably be enough because I'm not always smacking dudes. Like, yeah, Honkai would probably want to like smack. Any loot down here? Hunk? Honky? He's gone, bros. Hunk will return, or he's bugged out and he's gonna show up at some point.
Grace should be just up ahead.
Snipe him. Got a sniper.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis.
Why would we want that?
The connection sealed Raccoon
Walgreens,
City to
West
save
Green.
it for themselves, and it's been waiting here
The connections.
ever since.
He's like, okay, I guess I'll just fuck with that.
This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
Just shoot the arc, bro. One shot. He didn't even have one chamber before.
Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
It's more like it, man. Destroy this shit, brother. Still can't believe they had you fight Honk. Was Honk leaving? Was that normal or is that a bug? He's not there anymore. Because Honk's like some like myth guy, right? You might as well just always have him live. Rubber fucking hatchet.
I got you.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1,000,000.
Oh yeah, I added the Leon, the Leon one-liner. Fucking smile, dude.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is
People
good as mine.
spamming it every one-liner in other streams. I thought it was funny.
Time to get off. Come on.
If that was supposed to be like mold type of shit, or if he just regens, because those new ones regen too. Like the chick, the girl monster. Are we stuck playing Grace again? Give Grace Leon's memories. Turn her into an operator. Okay. Still here. Take his comms device, man.
Leon. Are you
Every day, look, it's what's up, Radlos? Lots.
How long was I out?
I don't know. A while.
We're in the Poopy Duke chamber.
Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. Where it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know.
Stephen Puffery, now you're jailed in your own home.
Here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
You gotta start keeping shit around you. Give me more Requiem. Back on everybody's favorite. Well, at least
Look,
she's not
there's a door over there.
working with the baddies.
Train's
or anything.
blocking it though.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out. Come on.
Chucks her the Requiem real quick. Boomerang gun. Whoosh.
So watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
You think he'd keep like a spare comm device, man? I throw it to her, you know. My loot. I'll have my loot. My storage chest full of loot somewhere.
Once I go down, there's no getting back up.
Well, what else are you gonna do? Nothing really here, man. I feel like that ship sailed a while ago. Hey, Leon, I was thinking maybe that I would just stand here instead. What do you think about that, pal?
System locked. Override key required for reactivation.
One sec. chilly. Beneath that there. Air duct. Three shots. 3 shots is all I have to spare for you. He's more confident now, yeah. Yeah, I like that about her character. A lot of trauma, a lot of fucked up shit, but kind of finding her mojo, you know. Trying to protect Emily, and now the regret, and this and that. I mean, sure, the stories are goofy, but I mean, it's pretty knowingly goofy. Well, I like the idea that she'd be like, you know, more boss. I don't know if she's quite cool enough for that yet, but maybe, I don't know. Like a whole thing?
Okay. Just beyond here.
Yeah, start getting her own one-liners. Man, I wish we could share some of this scrap with Leon, bro. Could use some. Anything I even want to make with her? I mean, ammo, I guess. Can make a few shots, why not? I don't really need a save because there's an auto save, but we're at the end. I think I could use my saves whenever I want now. We've earned that ability, I think. I've barely used any. It's fine. And looks like she'll still get another lot here.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Hey, liquor. What? Them.
Can't see.
Got other problems. Can I stab it in the ass? Big shot. Damn, dude, you had to pretty much shove your head up his fucking ass for that. You got licked. Yeah, I like liquors here. I think it's a good. Oh, Almost ban some. For this type of thing makes sense. You look like you won't pop up. Whoa. Get him a bowl. I don't know if we'll be using much knife here, but you know, whatever. I should put that away. Too used to Leon having space for everything. My man's infinite sack. Goodies. Yeah. The thing I'm worried about is I go in there to shoot that guy and the liquor's on me, like. Lickety split. I could Molotov him. How much does Molotov cost? 60. 60. What do you see? Collecty? Or are you talking about the inside of my man's rectum there? I feel like liquors are a good injector target. Call me crazy. The sections that gig along, or we get another Super dude. Oh, I mean, I just think it's a good option. Threat elimination. Acid. Acid bowl. We'll be able to make those at some point here. You knew, would you have done it? Do you agree with my assessment? I mean, considering the resources I have, no reason not to. Although now that we have acid ones, specifically made for liquors, I do that. The liquor poison specifically made for liquors. Have we seen the safe code yet? I don't think we have. I feel like I would have remembered that. I just worry that the acid or flames wouldn't be enough to kill him in one hit. Just where the injector's nice, killing guys really like ultra tank. Key reader. This is the override. Okay, we can't get into this yet. I need to put the Molotovs away. Maybe that. Well, I mean, I like the Molotov, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I'll have the space.
All right. I'm not dead yet.
With the acid? I mean, I think it'd be really good for a big group of zombies. Could drop the knife thing. I know we're fine for now. Guess we could save too. Fuck it. As long as it's not like 10 years long section, which I doubt. No point. There's no fights nearby them.
All right, Leon. Be careful. I need to get going too. Nice.
Nice. Want to put away the empty bottles, man. Like, Molotov would be good for a group of zombies. Obviously, this is good for these guys if I can't stealth kill them. Of course, he's off the wall now. Bastard. This is just a setup. Injectors. Should probably rather turn them into some kind of other thing. Abe, did you wake up or did you have to do the worst? A moment's reprieve. Yeah. We could always come back.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
So,
Oh no.
too much stuff. The state. Call themselves the state. The product. Oh, okay. Do that real quick. Bottle of acid. Can't even get 5 scrap out of a coin, bro. Jesus. But where's the scrap for Leon? Any reason to hold on to these? Oh, you can create one with scrap. Oh, I read it wrong. Thought I was getting scrap. Just because at this point it's like, what would this be for? I guess that's New Game Plus shit? I mean, I could create more. Oh, you need 541 scrap. Oh, so New Game Plus you'd use those to get extra scrap because you don't need to make. Do you use the blood bags? I just don't need anything right now. I could use them later, but if I knew for sure I was like at the end I would just load up on stuff, but what do I need right now, right? Probably get a bag soon and come back and grab some. Just don't want to be trapped without any stuff to grab. He got up, bros. Didn't even have to come in here, huh? I gotta deal with them both. We could just kill that guy. Really, those dudes are breaking out. I try to go this way. Maybe later on they will. Ooh, comfy rain. I don't know if we're supposed to get any. I had a lot earlier this week. You dry? Boy Nation. Yeah, temps been getting higher out here, but they go back to low pretty often. Ink ribbon tins. Animus orb. Shit, a Molotov. Yeah, they like set up a situation specifically for the Molotov. I didn't miss any notes in there, did I? I hope not. Big Molotov fan, you man. Like if I had that Molotov, I'd have to go back anyway. Is there? Is there not? I still gotta come back. Right before my shift ends and being told I'll have to be here another 8? What? Like, they're just gonna tack on 8 hours today? That's insane. That sounds like it shouldn't be legal. Sterilization chamber. Like, really? Are they that poorly organized? They hit you with the fucking final frame. That's quite illegal, yeah, that shouldn't be. It's quite illegal. Double shift. What do they got somewhere to sleep and feed you? I mean, what the fuck? That's wild. You like had plans, you know, like people do. They're not worried about all that. What does this button do? Guys together. I'm gonna put down that bottle. Like a quick way to make somebody want to find a new job. Was your first shift 8 hours? Let's open that. First one would have killed both. I would have just shot the last guy. It just did a little damage. 8, then 8. That's fucking crazy, man. That is actually like hyper fucked. You salaried? Is that part of their excuse? Just never show up, yeah. Could go both ways, I guess. Salary can be they fucking own you at any time, or it could be just never there. The work gets done. Fucking wild, dude. 16 out mission. That'd be tough to live like. I get it. You gotta have a gig. Eey. Especially in the best of times we live in. Let's go, buddy. Just leave the liquor behind, man. Come on. Can be friends out here. Yeah, they activate pretty far away. That's cool, brother. The Wombo combo. And the liquors activate from very far away. Oh, you love the liquors, man. You love them. Every game they're in. They're your favorite. They're your buddies. You've been residented. And for some reason, even though you're being quiet, he still knows where you are. Just because of the other zombies attacking you. Like, what do they have? Like a fucking, like, hive mind or something? You're gonna try crouching away and just moving away from the dude. Quite annoying, yes, quite.
All right, Leon. Be careful. I need to get going too.
Just take my shoes off with the liquors, man. Just walk around with my socks. Me socks. Also, why couldn't I fight back with my knife there? Couldn't even stab him back. I guess because you're too low health, you're just like guaranteed dead or something. You hate to see it. I think more supplies would help much. I just want to make sure we clear out what I don't need. Oh, we should have the code to that other place. Let's go ahead and just do that. Make sure we got some space. I guess we could use one of these. Yeah, hell yeah. Happy for you, Bubba. I mean, some people like the overtime when you're not salary because you get, you know, time and a half or whatever the fuck, but I've always been a fan of just those hours. Yeah, I like to, I like to just be, oh yeah, I'm a cheap ass, so. Bro, you're late to the party. Shoot. It's cool. I don't mind. It's multi-hitting. I just use like all my durability. Whatever. I feel like I do want to walk around with a knife now that I have the scrap. Just to have that like kind of get out of jail option. I mean, it doesn't work if you're low health, as we've seen, but none of these guys. I guess because you burn them, you don't get to enjoy the juice. Waste of a Molotov. What? What's your problem? What's the guy's problem? Got a Molotov. 3 for me. Weird. Requiem. Oh, the evil residents. Why not? I break it off right. What's up, Sim? Hold on, let's save again. What are they gonna do? Tell me I can't, man. Got plenty. Kitty can't throw good. What the? I can throw plenty good. Thank you very much. Call me the best thrower. The Joker.
Threat level. Red in storage sector. Rebooting AI. Control center. Noah.
Oh no.
No skill. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. Not that I plan on making many, but probably should just read it anyways. For me, it's the couches in the sterile room looking out over nothing. Makes me feel alive. This guy doesn't care, man. If that pulls in the liquors, I want to be extra far. Okay, so the acid works him a little bit. Not too much, though. Just enough to give him a little weakening. I mean, I'm fully roided. Well, not roided, but stabilized, and I guess we got the rookie charm, but... Why not? I'm gonna run all the way back down here anyways. Because that doesn't activate them. There's another one. Yeah. Avoid one. Come, my son, come. With me, with me. I feel like a bottle of acid's cheaper. I mean, it costs a little more blood, but I feel like the scrap's more valuable. And it leaves behind the blood just fine. Somebody in here, dude. I'm gonna open something up with a trap in it. Don't want this liquor sitting around, man. I just don't. For some reason, the bioweapons somehow have broken free. Again. They're happy. These are free range bioweapons, bro. Ooh. Yep. Here. He was enjoying his dinner in his home. We ruined it. More blood for R8. Yeah. The DLC, bros. You proud now, Go? Proud of my modeling? How do we get up here? God's good grace.
AI Control Center. Noah. Reboot failure.
Gonna like move?
No response. Containment protocol inactive.
And then we're gonna
Containment
crawl over the
protocol
top.
inactive.
How do we make it 10? Is there a 9 in Requiem? Am I crazy? RE 9ium? I mean, Village had V111 or whatever. I guess, yeah, I'm just thinking the queue, yeah. This was as deep as they went. Yeah, I mean, CBX could be, but I mean, they don't do that with the reboots usually. I mean, Resident Evil X just sounds like it'd be hard already. They'd probably love that shit. Fucking Resident Evil X. Wow. Yeah, the X virus. The X parasite. I'm bringing it back from Metroid. I guess I could save here. Hey. Why not? DMX. It's been revived from the dead. And he's gonna give it to you. This song. Materia.
This is it.
Noblesse oblige. Whoa. Empty bottle. Can I create something with said empty bottle right now, please? I do have a scrap. What can I turn it into, though? That would give me space. Not much. Let me craft with it, brother. Guess you could do... Oh, these go up pretty high. Cool. Receival Fire and Ice issue 3. What in the hell is that? Yeah, I figured X would be like a real thing somehow. They could just X Alpha or some shit, right? Some bullshit like that. I want some of this stuff. Carrying shouldn't have brought these Molotovs. Storage is pretty close. And there's like a thrust attack. They give you a lot of these, man. Have you in the little dicky? In the wee dickums. Yeah. Just fine. I have to come back though, man. It's be a long trip back, but I ain't gonna let any of these resources waste. It's not that long of a trip. Considering everything's dead. Where did those guys come from? Sir, do you mind dying? Oh, thank you. Well, that makes it easy. Hey, bolt. Dick blood. Hey, what the fuck? You're kidding me, Jimmy. You're kidding me. Come on, Jimmy. Oh my. Like I can't get that. It's too much. The glass is too broken. I assume I will not be able to take everything out of it. Oh, 50, 60. They last forever. They're aesthetic. Open every safe in the main store. Damn, I was somehow able to hold all that. This place was made in the 90s also. And I don't think I think they said they haven't researched here in like 20-something years. Although it's being used still somehow. I don't know. As there's not any more perma upgrades. All that. Liquor-sama, why couldn't you break the window a little harder? I have to go get this ammo for RE10. So they did make a change from this RE2 remake and stuff. Although I don't think tear down this one, give it a lick. I don't remember if RE4 remake had it, but or it shows that there's loot in the room still. On this they just show you the loot if you've been close to it. I mean, it keeps you, I guess, from being compulsive about finding it all, but I find that really fun. And I guess if you're the type to just want to bust through shit. I mean, you should know you missed shit anyways, but like, at least being ignorant about it maybe helps this pill go down a little bit more. But, I wonder if they wanted it to be like harder to find stuff and you make sure you're actually paying attention or something. Instead of being like completionist, or just maybe they want to be different, I don't know. I assume her finale point's gonna be pretty obvious. I'd like to be juiced up. Extra heals, extra everything. This is where we're gonna find out the information we need. Jeez. Make a save, just why not? No point redoing anything. We need more med injectors, brother. How many blood levels up? Something up here I don't. Oh. Right.
I wonder if Leon's made it yet. Whoa.
How do you... Is there an FFC option to turn off the scrolling top thing on the chat? I don't like that it scrolls now that I've gifted 2 subs to this channel. It'll keep trying to remind you. Scrolling. I look over every time. Thought I tried just turning off the leaderboard in general, but it Didn't work. I don't know if that's just because I'm using the mod pop out or what, but... Oh, it broke. Okay. Maybe the scrolling's a new thing.
Where have I seen this?
You mean where have you seen it? Jesus. Just that.
I'll explain later.
Oh, she still had the other one. It's gonna have the password. How did he not take this? Just gonna like have the password in like plain English. Yeah, I didn't need to save there. So, it's Spencer.
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Why would Mom hide this?
Well, if I can watch the next one and find out, bro. He probably reveals a lot of stuff, passwords, and who knows what else. Oh, it's Neo.
Okay. Back in biz.
You alright, Leon?
I am now.
Oh, Dragon Ball Z.
Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
Okay. Okay, big man. Leon's running a little drier than she's... They're both, like, extremely over-equipped. Is there a Mr. Raccoon in here? Leon, Leon! Is there a raccoon in this literal shit heap? Big dog. Big Sherry, hold on, my body's falling apart, but Mr. Raccoon, he could be here. I could smell him. I can smell his scent. Radiating. Yeah. Men would rather mutate from the T-virus than go to the doctor. What a motherfucker on the American healthcare system looks like. Well, I mean, hey, if I look like Leon, you know, maybe I take a little T-virus.
Containment breach. System-wide surveillance failure detected.
Good old machine gun ammo. My favorite drop. Scrap, I'm scrapping.
Over there. Easy as pie.
Oh yeah, I'm playing Leon now. Oh buddy. Easy champ. I was like, gotta walk back with the zombies and get ready to avoid them. Usually sudden bouts of cognitive behaviors cause them to fall. You can only wait for these effects to subside.
Oh, shit. You've got to be kidding me.
I'm a fucking zombie. Grace, I turn into a fucking zombie. Grace. Andorra. You know you're a fucking real nice guy when you name your bioweapon from hell facility Pandora. Oop, I bought the machine gun. Seller. At a discount. Other than 10k. This is such a weird one. Stability after shooting. I mean, I guess for bosses it's okay, but pretty much just something to spend your money on. Let's see why you would care otherwise much. The lore. Quite sussy. Legendary tracking. Throwable. Handgunny. Go finish up the Requiem. Why not? She's right here, Captain. We got legendary drops.
Security threat detected. Elevator shutdown in effect. Override key authorization required.
We got all sorts of shit now. For the journey back. Are we gonna get mini nemesis? Oh shit. How does he know? You see, once you let off one shot, you have an aura of sound about you. I wonder if the suppressed handgun actually does, like, keep you hidden from these guys. You'd think it would. Shoot 'em. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was like, yeah, we'll shoot him, then they'll just like be there. But I guess they didn't give a fuck, man. Yeah, that was fine.
This must be the room. I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
Ooh, nice. I have to fight the fucking troops again? Hopefully not. I felt like a one time. Oh, is this the gray section? I don't think so. New gadgets. That's what the people want. Did they just gravitate towards Leon? Okay. Leon sneak kill the liquor. Right. He may do such a thing. Night outcast. Hello outcast. Hello, goodbye. I'll start wondering if this charm is worth it. That's if you wanted to be heavy gamer mode. Dude, what? All these powders with no scrap. You want to be sicko gamer mode, you could take these guys with just melee, but promise when they're in the group. Oh yeah, here's 2 powder. No scrap though. This is the feeling. Outbreak reference. I'm playing as a zombie. Come on out, sir. No. I guess you could let them out and have the lickers fight them a bit. I don't know if there's as much value there. Jealous? Ew.
Not done yet.
Those grenades aren't that good, huh? Even double stacked, they're kind of just like they okay, I guess. Or did I grab a normal one? No. Okay. Whoa, hold it. Oh, reload it. Scrap. More scrap, please. Thank you, thank you. What was it? Yeah, I probably accidentally pressed 5. I meant to press this button. I could just put this on 5. Rather have something for the future though. Handgun not doing much against lickers, man. I mean, you could take them down with one, but it'd be a process, man. Could buy one of these actually. We're kind of near the end, I think. Maybe next time. In case they drop me some machine gun ammo, but I think we're good on ammo. What if you could just sneak by these guys since they're all up above you? Oh no, with all this noise. Oh, and this.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline. Aerosol monitor warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
The elevator will arrive shortly.
The penetration actually working out
The
here.
elevator has arrived.
My man is tired as fuck. And he's tired as fuck. Oop. I missed that. I don't know what it said.
Almost a sure.
It's just like, yeah. Literally me, dude. That's actually tired as hell, right, guys? I don't think you're taking Walgreens Wesker with this fucking showing, Leon. Get this man, what were those fucking idiots taking? Horse tranquilizers? This man's some fucking, horse dewormer. Drive 2011, yeah. What are the odds that the Goose has a new, highly rated movie and so does Leon around the same time? Bros, it's our time. I'm going home. Here, you handle this one. They should have put one fucking raccoon over there just to be really fucking goofy. I think this hatchet's sick. I think it actually really helps with the parry timings, which I think is like the most useful thing, especially in this area. Kino shot of the stairs. He could have took these stairs like it was nothing. Getting old, dude. Pissing stairs. The things you never thought would be hard.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elvis. The goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she...
Perfectly normal. Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay.
Touched at last. Now you have to keep it.
She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
The password Requiem. Somehow Leon's gun was also called Requiem. That'd be fucking so funny.
Leon. Leon.
The fucking cut to the throat, dude. Gonna have an Ethan final boss type of moment here. The poor Shrek wheel.
Hurry.
Need to hurry. Is there any like chance that we're gonna cure them right now? Is that even on the cards? I mean, you'd assume so, but because of the L position, I guess. Getting some real mansion vibes from this one, guys. Wowee. Miranda. It's at the end of 8, didn't he get his inspiration from Miranda to try to tie it in or some shit? Mother Miranda. Smells like old. Don't you think these would be worth reading, Grace? Guess not, bro. Even got a wax seal on it, man. People don't put wax seals on shit that's Jill. Wonder if there's some of that super puzzle in this room. Probably. I'll have to look into all that once I'm done with the stream. Probably do some more streaming later, but I'm kind of curious to dive into some of the goodies on this game. Holding off on.
This is finally my chance to do something.
To throw Molotov cocktails like you've never thrown them before. Look at that lighting. Shit. Crispy, it's crispy.
Please wake up. Come on. Wake up, wake up.
Hey, you. I'm just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay. I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Opus.
He's just been waiting. He's like, ah, fuck it, they'll make it.
Let's try.
Chris, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
He didn't have much choice. He probably has to put his trust in.
Let Leon live.
Very well.
Gonna type in Porsche. What the Porsche? Oh, I don't know. The choice at the end here. Keep your promise. Do I get to see them both? Okay.
I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
Good lie to Leon.
I'm gonna destroy Opus.
I feel like you're supposed to
You
release
promise.
it, and it'll save everyone.
You'll end this.
But I'm being led by the hand.
What did you do?
What I had to.
Chris, get out of here! Go! Right behind you!
Leon! What are you doing? Come on! Leon!
So there's a nice autosave. My man's well rested. I assume they'll just kill him in this one.
At least I could save you.
Yeah, just make a calm clone of Ada. Hopefully this ending's not too long. That would have been my first pick. Usually I like to do the endings I don't care for a second. See here. Yeah, you gotta be an RE10. I'm gonna get the multiple timelines.
I wish I could have saved you, Leon.
His Porsche? They should have had the Porsche with like a... Oh, that was a quick ending. They should have had his Porsche fucking with the helicopter blades, man. That would have been super funny. Why did they even bother with this ending? It was like really quick. Behind the scenes. I'll have to watch that. Sure. Weird. I mean, I can understand secret endings because of, is this like for the Fugees to watch Leon get fucking blown apart? They want the most tragedy. Should have put it in the trailer and then be like, actually, there's a different one.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay.
Really just hope. Could have been Requiem, dude.
This is it.
Porsche. I like how they could have figured this out if they just took the disc off her. Also, where's Gideon? Is Gideon gonna be his own boss? Or like a DLC? Or did he just die in that motorcycle crash? There's no way. We'll leave him for DLC or... Oh, here he is. He's gonna mutate or something. Shoot it out into the atmosphere, brother.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
You promised.
Just go over to him.
That I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Jesus, stab him already, man.
My powers!
My
Elpis
powers.
is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
The fucking exposition. It's a Viagra.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order
Jesus Christ,
was
take your
thrown
time.
into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you.
No, Timu Wesker.
Let him have it.
Jesus Christ, take your time on the whole cure thing.
Your ignorance is staggering.
It's a cure.
Yeah, you could have probably hit him with that a while ago.
Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
Chris, what happened?
I still don't know why the other ending existed. We have Leon, the horse dewormer.
It's gonna go!
It was the cure.
Grab something!
Over-the-counter medicine could cure anything. Shotgun ammo
Grace!
should de-age Leon too. He's just like good forever. I'll be killing evil residents forever.
Spencer's vision lives through me. I will see. He's brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
A lot. Bro, I got heals for days, big dog. Look at his tank.
Sacrifices must be made. In the grand scheme of things, a few lives are nothing.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
Morphing. I might be invincible right now. What the fuck is bro doing, man?
Seems you're reaching your limit.
This is Leon, former day cured, brother. You can just take it all, man.
I will not let those ideals win. Give it up!
Battle of Ideals. The rocket launcher, maybe it'll end with that. Time to morph into a gigantic monster. Well, that was a lot of shots. I don't know. Oh, really? He pulls his rocket launcher out? That's cool. Is it like at the beginning, or do you have to wait a bit? Does it end like this, or does he just explode?
Good riddance.
Deeper in, okay. Oh my god, he's turning into a giant monster. Could it really be Resident Evil without this? Nemesis.
You're so damn relentless.
Oh, he was like an alternate Nemesis. Oh, he didn't look like Nemesis. Hold on, big man. Actually. Plenty of those, man. Come on, brother. If I sharpen over here. Thanks, man. This is the power of having too many heals. Nope. I went for the parry, but you'll never be Look, they're glowing red, pink weak spots this time, man. Fuck you, brother. Leon will live forever. My period. They turned Nemesis into a gold-toothed sexual predator, man. Mass-produced, apparently. But he's got more ammo on this thing? Wait, where'd that come from? Special ammo, reserved for the final blast.
This time, you ain't getting back up.
What the? You don't look like a victor to me. Get giddy up, giddy on. That's horrible.
Grace, where are you?
Menace to BOW exterminator. I mean, that's exactly what he is. That's his
Sherry,
job.
come in. Sherry. Shit.
Whoops, we forgot Grace. Let's just keep moving.
Grace, hang on.
Grace is better than Ethan started out as.
Grace. Grace.
Leon.
Just pick her up and go, brother.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
At least her shirt's okay. He works for the bioterrorism organization, right? This is the bigger monster. And then he lets Nemesis live.
There's no way out, is there?
Barry, we need Barry.
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side.
He's not gonna try finding something.
I'm gonna sit right here with you.
Why is everything always self-destruct? Oh, my ass cheeks. Panties equals what? I was like, man, that was obviously intimate. Or very, not obviously, but. Out of the blue there. Don't worry, we're with the good guys? Whoever those are. They've got hoodies and shit. And fur coats.
Leon S. Kennedy?
Umber Eye.
Depends who's asking.
Is that an RE8 guy?
You read me, sir?
Chris.
Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir. Mr. Kennedy, I have a message from Captain Redfield.
Have sex with my sister, the Redfield family line. Please. I'll save you if you bang my sister. Of course.
Be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked.
Until 30 more years and we find out
Better
it's
than having ages.
the Giga virus from hell.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
Sherry's
We got a
gonna lose her
dose with your name on
superpower.
it. We'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
In
No
our
idea.
act.
I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back. It's over then.
Yeah. Opus really was our.
Do you think they're setting up, like I said, like a Chris remake trilogy thing where he gets the same treatment with like a new game? Like I said, you get RE3 remake where it's got Wesker, 5 with Wesker, and now we've got Timu, Walgreens Wesker. Are they gonna like answer what that is? And Chris is gonna be able to find out. I mean, they've already said in other games like Revelations that Wesker's like one of a bazillion like Spencer clones or something. You even fight like a female Wesker. I don't remember her name. As the main villain at like Revelations 2 and everything. It's like I wonder if they're gonna do like a Chris line or some shit now.
Last hope.
They definitely left some stuff.
Pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved him.
Where's Honk? Honk's still alive.
Grace. I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
Leon's like, yeah, I can tell where all of Emily's vitals are. Being a giant fucking mutant monster from hell, dude. I mean, if anybody has killed enough giant mutant monsters from hell to tell where their vitals would be after mutation, I guess it'd be Leon or Chris. I was using rubber bullets, Grace. Grace. Yeah, he was using his fucking Giga gun. I mean, is anything demutated from that size? I mean, that's probably something has in the series. I don't remember.
What are you saying?
We could bring back. What's his name from Code Veronica, dude? What's his name? I just fucking watched that game again.
Maybe we can save her.
Steve. Don't give her hope, brother. Come on, that's ridiculous. Let's hope she didn't burn alive down there or something. Leon's gloves, dude, those would sell for a shitload on eBay, man.
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located here in the ruins of Raccoon City. The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Is he putting a ring on his finger? He's married to Ada, or he just likes that ring. The Porsche ring.
Related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story. Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval
Because I'm
Office,
sure the media
the
would
president is
report on all
expected to
this.
reject allegations of any government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
Oh yeah, the connections. I don't remember it in that, but I believe you. Yeah, they've set up some stuff there. Oh, don't worry, she's good inside the mess. Okay, so they didn't kill the kid. That's all bait. Oh, the 9, you can see it. Requiem 9. They show the 9. 9ium. Resident Evil 9ium. They've done it again. Harris Orkin.
Fighting the darkness, holding me.
Big gun. So Sherry gonna lose her superpowers? That's a cute like way to have her not ever have to mention superpowers again from RE6. Or Requiem. Can we? They really should have the end of this game be like a fucking money shot of the Porsche SUV. It's like, damn, I can finally touch this wheel with my bare ass hands, brother. He drives away into a Porsche dealership. They're definitely setting up some Chris shit. They've been setting up Chris shit for a while, though. There's Chris in 7. Chris has a cliffhanger in 8 about the BSA shit. Now you get Chris again. It definitely feels like if they're gonna remake CVX in 5, that they would do like a Chris thing. Leon's ass cheeks printed on the seat. The scent of Leon coming out of the AC. If you get the super puzzle that there's a game long super puzzle the community's been working on. I don't know if it's like done or not, but yeah, it opens up to like a fucking 0.9% discount on a Porsche. Potential, man. Yeah, it could be cool. And then you could have Claire back and Jill in like a meaningful way too. Will they fuck up Sheva? I guess there's not that much to fuck up, but then she was Hawaii. She didn't have a whole lot of story. Oh, great game. I liked it. Game good. Talk about it here when we're done, because this is a little loud in my ears. They haven't stumbled yet, man. They've been going for a while. But they've been staying pretty strong on these. This one's a cool blend of everything. Is it the best of any one of the styles? Probably not. Maybe the first person old school RE style. I think the dynamic zombies do a lot here. But yeah, it's just a good time. It's a cool blend of all the different types of Resident Evil, and as long as you're not like really attached to one style, it's a really good time. Still has a lot of the goofy charm and soul and over the top nonsense, but still tries to be spooky sometimes. It kind of just does it all. Wouldn't go so far as to say like a master of none type of situation, but I do think like RE4 Remake's probably like the more fun like combat experience, right? But this is not going to for just that style. I wouldn't be surprised if like a Chris game would though go for like another RE4 Remake type of thing with like 5 or something. But co-op, who knows? I feel like you kind of have to do co-op if you're doing 5 again. But they'll do a new one. Yeah, I wonder if they'll keep doing this hybrid system in the future. I feel like this is something that works once, and I'd do it again, but they've been kind of having a few different lines of Resident Evil games coming together here that I don't know if they would go for it like right away again. I feel like you'd probably see, obviously the remakes stick to like third person stuff, but I don't know if they want to keep doing first person shit too. Yeah, I'm more excited for the remakes now than I ever have been. I always like their remakes because they're just the reimaginings that sit well against the originals. Like you can just play them both, or you should play them both. But they remake games that are really good, right? Like RE4 is still my favorite, like the original like Resident Evil game. So it's like, but like CVX 5. Even, I guess, 0. I feel like, especially with the ending of this, like 0, they'd really have to be setting up something juicy for 0. Really just completely redoing it. And there's not even that many, like, 0 fans, right? I don't know, I feel like that'd be the last one they'd want to fuck with. Who knows? But, yeah. I think they could do. What I would want from an RE5 reimagining is make it just dead serious, to mix it up and have like more. Like you'd probably want to make it like RE4 remake action, but like a really serious kind of RE4 remake type of thing, but like with a lot of really interesting co-op elements to it. I don't know if they'd ever do something purely designed for co-op. Because, I mean, obviously the fan base is single player for the most part, but... And, you know, you can't have the AI do too much crazy stuff, but, I mean, you can still do it. Yeah, something like Dead Serious in tone would be kind of cute. Because I don't think you could ever match the camp of RE5. It's, like, worth playing just for DC Douglas, Wesker, and all that campy stuff. We'll see. Really got something. I'm sure a remake is what's coming next, but see where they go with the mainline stuff. I mean, they could do just another reboot type of thing, like a 7 and 8. Like this is pretty tied into the main plot line, but I mean, they've done plenty of games that are just like loosely connected, and you know, you could just have another viral something somewhere. Who knows? But regardless, they still have a really good grasp on what makes this genre, what makes Resident Evil work. And this game is just a really good display of like all of those styles. and a lot of fun fan service and goofiness, and it's kind of just got a little bit of everything if you're like a big fan. You know, it's got goofy shit, it's got RE1 first person type of shit like 7, you know, with the gray stuff. It's got with, you know, the interesting map layouts and pathing and avoiding guys and stuff. Maybe it could have been even more avoidance goofiness and stuff, but like I don't think you're ever gonna get as good on the pure, as pure as like RE1 or RE4 remake, but as like a combo, it's cool. And then, you know, you're getting the action stuff of RE4, the over-the-top stuff while still being spooky. You know, I imagine some people maybe might not fully buy into 9 like down the line just because it does try to do a lot of shit. And I think as a game that's replayability, I'm sure the sanity mode's cool, but it's pretty scripted, which is totally fine. It's a fun ride, but you know, it's probably not like super awesome for like min-max bullshit. Once, I mean, Leon has stuff like that for sure, but it's not as like, it doesn't go quite as hard as some of the other ones. And her sections, I guess you can min-max pretty hard for fun and learn little tricks and stuff. But, you know, because you are swapping between them a lot, you're not carrying over shit the long term that much. So. But it's still cool to fuck around and do all that. A lot to learn, and if there's any post credits. But.
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad.
Clean your damn office, Grace.
Emily, yeah, she's doing great. I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace.
It's gonna be Leon.
Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry. Leon, gotta go. Catch up soon.
Oh my god, they're talking. Ada's been into hard. He's just checking up, I'm sure, guys. Still an Ada man. That's Leon's phone number, bro. Somebody call it. Oh. Wow. Where's my guy Honk?
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
What do they get? What are they grabbing? Anyone know? Grace's report. Hope and Requiem. Hope and Requiem, bro. Special content. Oh, different guns. Firing rate over precision. The raccoon, the final raccoon, dude. Infinite knife. Ghost grudge. Large revolver with a demonic symbol. Whoa. Redemption, whoa. My Mortal Edge. That was cool. I like RPG. Oh. This look like a vape. We're vaping. Infinite ribbon. Release Elpis within 4 hours. 4 credits per kill. We missed 2 raccoons, bro. Infinite vape. Yeah. Infinite vape works. Hatchet RPGs. Recommend buying the RPG first. FBI, how dude, RPD. Oh, hold on. I do want to watch this, mind you. But I'm gonna read this first. Truth behind. Oh my Jesus. Okay, reading time. 60 pages of raw lore, baby. I remember the bankruptcy court trial thingy, but it didn't actually happen. Edward Ashford, James Marcus, Spencer. RE0 is all Spencer shit, right? Do they get into one of these fuckers? I don't remember. There's so many like ties to old Spencer. Yeah, really. Could have had it all written down. Evolution 70. Are they gonna cover the other games that haven't been remade yet? Evidence, term drive, Spencer. E-virus. I don't remember all this stuff. And then there's also retcons and changes. Last guy. The connection. I don't remember James Mark. I know he's a thing, but yeah, Resident Evil 0 is the first one. Maybe this would lead into like RE0 being a thing. I mean, you could totally redo all of RE0. I don't know, these wikis are already like changed with this information. I don't even know if Mark like really in anything else other than 0, which was another origin game, right? There's like 50 fucking steps of origination. But now that they're trying to like fully exposit the whole thing, I feel like they might just move on from Spencer shit finally. We'll see. Other behind the scenes peoples. The Patriots, man. Lolly Lulelo. The F Foundation. Puppet organization. The F Foundation no longer exists. What's wrong with your head, bro? Bailey. The RE7 photo. Yeah, like the chick on the right looks similar, and so I guess that the girl is the old woman girl. Yeah, we got Mia. Fuck Mia. Nobody likes Mia, dude. Should have picked the hillbilly girl. She was cool. The connections, dude. The fucking, the science fucking adventure fucking hidden organization Illuminati. Yeah, Gideon's just a guy, a loyal guy, just the love of the game, man. Just doing stuff. Kramer. Earl Moore. I sell HCF, the family and umbrella. Dude, I don't remember what HCF or the family is, or these other game things. I know Trisell. HCF. Umbrella's rival company. Group of soldiers under direct control of Albert Wesker. Veronica. Also, HTF was Code Veronica shit. What was the other one here? The family. This is Revelation shit. Oh, this is RE7. Oh no, wait, this is Simmons. This is RE6 shit. They've done so many Illuminati, like, people controlling the government that they're trying to tie them all into one super entity now. It makes sense of everything. Like, this is supposed to be like a shadow organization that controls world order and like governments, and they're talking about Los Illuminados and all that shit. And I was like, no, actually, these guys are a separate thing or being controlling and that kind of stuff. Like, I get it, man. You try to like tie it all together and make it all make sense. And move on or do something else. Fine. It's like it's Resident Evil story. Like, you can just kind of do shit like that. Ain't a big deal. Especially because they don't get too in the weeds about it ever. You know, like 7 and 8 barely. You know, they're very localized. Yeah, they're usually just stuff happening. So I'm cool with them trying to tie shit together and make it make sense and have a few character moments in it. Resident Evil's always been about the character stuff being fun. And then just lots of like fan service or crazy moments and fun set pieces and locations and shit. Like, it's like just a bunch of goons and like some crazy Spanish freak show mountain deal, and it's like fun and like a Hollywood, like, you know, you know, where the villagers are getting killed and he's trying to survive and save his daughter, and like you're into it, but you're into it on like a very like fun surface level kind of way, and then you just like tapping into some of the deeper lore. When they actually try to get into the weeds on it, it's usually always Umbrella. It's very like lore focused more than it is like in your face in a lot of them, especially nowadays. Or it just ties all back into like the original 3 games. Well, yeah, if you want to get into plot holes and like goofy shit like that, I mean, it's always full of it. Fucking 8's so funny with Chris, dude. He just doesn't say anything. It's like one of those things, like I still like the stories though, but I like them in a, not like because they're like super well written kind of way, but just like it's fun to kind of see what kind of goofy shit they do with it, or follow the characters out, you know, doing kind of fun stuff, or it's kind of very like fan servicey kind of, more of like a character thing. Like I mean, there's just like a new location with like a new thing going on, and somehow it all ties back in every time to like Umbrella and all that stuff. So. That shit I don't care too much about. There's just enough there when they set it. I feel like they set them up well within the game. The bigger narrative is like whatever. It's more of character shit and what they would do in the future games. But you know, like this had like a mystery to it. You know, 8 had like, you know, a thriller mystery thing going on. You know, his daughter and all that shit. Same with 7. You know, like they're all fun in that way. But tying them individually, they're cool for that. Like RE4 is just like its own deal, right? You know, with a slight tie-in with Wesker at the end. Right? I think they're good, fun thriller action stories. And then, like, if you want to tie in the lore a little bit, it's kind of cute, but it's more about the character tie-ins. That's why you gotta try to, maybe someday they gotta try to make, if they want to keep doing current year type of stuff. They're gonna have the Kiryu problem where Leon and them are gonna be too old eventually. Gotta make some characters that people like. I mean, Grace is okay. She was well acted, that's for sure. And I like her arc. But I don't know if I'm like, I care about seeing her in another game. Or maybe. I mean, if they did like an RE4 thing for her where she gets a bit more serious, or I think she's totally fine as just like this thing. Anyways, let's read the rest of these. We'll talk game. Birkin. Yeah, they could never imagine that he was actually a nice guy, bros. He wasn't a nice guy, but he feel emotion. The Xeno thing's so funny. Like, the whole time I'm like, it's Wesker, but like, they never say it's Wesker. And he does the Wesker shit. And I'm like, just waiting, right? Like, with Resident Evil, it's like, I'm not, like, it ain't them till it's them kind of thing. That it never was Wesker. That was the bait. I guess they're gonna try to answer that in another game, I'd imagine. Are they just like cloning Weskers again or something? Or is this like another one they thought out? where Wesker was at the trials. That's new. Maybe. Myself. The light RE6 mentioning here. I love that they barely touch on RE6, man. They don't really touch on a lot of the big global events that happen, right? Like, it's very focused on just this stuff. Like, they don't mention Tri-Cell much more, and Wesker much more, the Africa shit at all. Probably for a reason. They want to not be tied to anything, right? They want to go off and do whatever. Whatever was the Neo umbrella thing, dude? They just dropped that off a fucking cliff. That was always the most... I don't remember what that was about. It just felt like them trying to make like some kind of... Everybody wants to talk about it and question it thing in RE7 online. And they're like, hey, actually this sucks, bro. And then they just don't bring it up anymore. Like, did that go anywhere? The fucking goofy Chris was part of Neo Umbrella. Like, why would Chris ever label any good guy thing as Neo Umbrella? Revolutionary bioterrorist organization was split from the family. Umbrella's core goal was world destruction in opposition with the family's ideals. Not related to Blue Umbrella, excuse me, Blue Umbrella. Those were the good guys, right? Neo Umbrella was something else. The C virus, of course. Neo Umbrella was that RE6? God, RE6 is such a fucking... The Blue Umbrella? Yeah, Neo Umbrella was related to the Baker House. Blue Umbrella? I don't fuck. Yeah. It's funny seeing them try to like tie this all together. Yeah, it's just RE7 stuff. They coordinated a BSA assault on the Baker Ranch. Then in Village, they just say that they supplied the Hound Wolf squad. That was it. I think they're just trying to like drop the Blue Umbrella thing. Kind of a goofy deal, for real. They always that's Resident for you. They just try to throw in like a little thing that could be, ooh, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be, what's that about? And then like just don't do anything with it, or try to like retcon it or tie it in some weird way. You do wonder if they like regret that a little bit on some of the story stuff, but you know, I think Resident Evil ends up better when they just try to have each game be a little more localized with light ties that don't take itself too serious kind of character. Obviously really good, emergent, and gameplay, cinematography, all that kind of stuff is probably the most important thing. So it is the. I think you can, all of that other stuff is easily schmoozed with the strength of all that other crap. And I see it'd be cool if she just ends up being like, oh mama. What the? Cut off Laker's tongue. I never did make that one thing. The final puzzle. Let the sweet pair hear the voice. Learn about all that. Light. Rose. Canzino, man. Victor. You want to watch the behind the scenes video, but let's go ahead and talk about the game first, I suppose. I already kind of did. Yeah, game good. We like the game. Obviously one of the best looking games in the business right now. It runs really well for how it looks. I mean, obviously it being like a more tight curated environments and stuff. There's a big reason why, but I mean, it just is. It looks good. The animations are great. The little details, all the extra little things like the executions and stuff that are there that a lot of people won't even see. You know, all that shit's great. A lot of attention to detail over a pretty, I would say, juicy sized campaign for Resident Evil, for this type of game, especially for how scripted this one is. In a lot of places, there's so many bosses and like set pieces and stuff that don't feel like, you know, cheap. Like the whole motorcycle section, like it wasn't like a repeating area or anything at all. It was like unique, cool looking stuff. Yeah, it was really nice. Well acted, all that kind of stuff. There's a couple weird dialogue scenes here and there, and I don't think, like, you know, like in the orphanage the acting was too great, but otherwise, I mean, really solid, really impressive on a tech level, right? I mean, there's like your Alan Wake 2s and you know, some games like your Last of Us 2s and some of the other Remedy shit that are in Cyberpunk, you know, that are really impressive too on that front. But what I mean, being brand new and there's not really that many big AAA games that are actually pushing it like that, at least in a way that I think is interesting. It's cooler, you know, what more a somewhat linear thing can do visually. But I think it's not just visuals, it's stuff like the dynamic zombies, something that only money can really do, right? That would be really hard without like a very stripped down game to kind of do that sort of stuff, right? Like the way the lighting works, how that can bring certain types of horror, how you can create all the different zombies and all these crazy different bosses that can do things that would be really hard to probably program or do without like money, like the spider boss, right? Like it looks really good and immersive and it's like flying around doing crazy shit. That many bosses in a row of that kind of like production value. It's cool seeing money used for kind of like I said this with like Alan Wake 2. Funny, they're both survival horror games. A whole lot to like RE2 remake and shit like that, but it's cool seeing that kind of stuff used in cool ways. The old X stuff in Remake 2 was some of that, right? Really clean sound design. This doesn't do as much with sound design, although it does have the 3D audio and like reverberation tech you can turn on if you have like a setup for it, but it just doesn't have, maybe in Grace's sections, but you know, it's pretty distinct in like RE2 Remake where you got like X bumping around and stuff. But yeah, I think in something like horror, something that's trying to have a bit more wow factor with more tension, you know, the visuals can play a big part in that. And I think low fidelity stuff can really stoke the imagination in a lot of ways, but also just having this kind of detail, like control over lighting, over all that kind of stuff is really neat. So I think the money's used really well there. Lots of different stuff happening, lots of set pieces, lots of different weapons and items and stuff like that. Yeah, I think the Grace parts, I think that was some of the stronger, like new Resident Evil, themed after old Resident Evil style stuff they've done. Like RE7 is kind of like an RE1, but rebooted sort of vibe, right? It's more about being a little slower, a little spookier, a little, you know, it's not actiony as much. It's about, you know, skulking around and exploring like 2 to 3 like set environments, and you go back and, you know, there's kind of like a progression and unlocking adventure gaminess to it, right? I think, you know, 7 dips away from that just a little bit to be a little bit more like an RE4. But this, I think, kind of brings back that 7 style, but in a way that feels a little bit more actiony, a little bit more kind of like 1, 2. A little bit different of a vibe. It's all like in a, you know, hospital care facility here, but I don't think for a hospital it feels like the typical survival horror hospital. I've watched streams at the beginning and people are like, oh, it's just a mansion again. I'm like, it's not. Like, so I think they did a good job of making each room and all sorts of different areas in it feel pretty distinct, while still feeling like a care facility. So that was kind of neat, being like a different take. Because I mean, hospitals and fucking horror, oh my god, so many. You know, another game that has a care facility, it's Alan Wake 2. That's another good care facility. Play Alan Wake 2. I like this type of thing. Resident Evil is way more focused on the gameplay, though. I mean, you know, the story's like whatever. It's fun, it's goofy. I enjoy the connections and the character stuff. You know, when a hunk shows up, I clap and point at the screen, and my nuts explode, and you know. But I'm not like, you know, shook or thinking that hard about the story. It's like, you know, they're gonna, oh, the little girl's dead. No, she's not dead. You know? Like, even when she's dead, she's not dead. That's like rubber bullets or something, right? I didn't know the vitals. It's just something that's like fun to joke about online, right? But yeah, the gameplay for the side, I think it's just real tight. So I like the Grace sections. I think there's definitely moments where you get a taste of Leon and you're like, I want some more, because man, RE4 Remake and that formula just is such a fun style, right? You know, it's not so like super octane Twitch shooter. There's like stuff you got to think about and like weird spacing and like the right weapon for the right job kind of deal and all that. And you know, the quality of like, you know, it's something in RE4 Remake. You know, once again, it's kind of like a money thing. You know, you're dodging guys in RE4 Remake just barely, right? There's like hitbox porn that's like super, I feel like, tough to like pull that kind of thing off. And it feels really good when you do that, and you can master all that stuff with the parries and managing how you want to buy stuff, and it's just this like really clean progression. So when you get to some of that stuff in this, you start getting into that vibe, you start getting into the flow of it. You know, he's got all this cool kind of bumping, like, you know, darker synth type of music, and when you get ripped out of that a couple times, you know, you do have to reacclimate to the Grace stuff. I think it was smart that they had the Grace section be early and long. Obviously, going from more powerless to powerful makes Leon feel even more juicy. When you go watch people play that part, every time Leon pops up, everybody's popping off. It feels really cool. because you have that contrast, and I think that's something that's cool about the dual style here, is it can kind of empower him or make her feel more weak. And I think if you put her after, it would depower you in a way that, because her parts aren't as like mechanically fun, that it might be more annoying. And then you'd also have to try to like kind of bring in the horror vibe. It starts out very spooky, and I think her parts let off the spookiness a little bit, and they bring a little back in here and there. I think it's smart to probably not have too much Leon in the beginning, even if you know, the taste is a little and a bit of a whiplash when you do get it. But, and then having most of the rest of the game be Leon with a touch of her, just to kind of bring her back in gameplay and thematically. I think that was probably the right blend. Without some kind of extremely dynamic, like hyper innovative system where you're swapping between them really often in cool ways. I don't know how they would quite do that, right? Like if you're just doing it constantly, it would feel probably more like a gimmicky weird thing where it's like you're playing, you know, the Gimp, like useless character who has to hide in lockers, and then you press a button and you swap between them and the killer guy. And there's games that kind of do that sort of thing. Different style of like co-op game, but I don't know. I think that's something that would be really innovative and crazy, but I think doing it like this is probably the way to go to bring the two different styles together. But yeah, Grace's sections were cool. Once you get into her sections, it's a good time. You know, having to watch your inventory, the amount of like little details, and like I really like the save thing and the blood stuff. That was kind of cute. Like being able to I don't God, they're really good at, yeah, we're talking Joseph Ferris and them with Hazelight. They're really good at doing co-op games, like made specifically for co-op, but and I don't know if they could. Their style, it's so like 20-minute gimmick sections that are really fun, but holy shit. Like a long form, well thought out like campaign like this with their style, I don't know. Maybe they could. It's definitely, it wouldn't be the most obvious, like they could easily do it type of thing, right? It'd be neat though. I do think there is like a cool co-op potential for RE5, where there's a little bit more co-op incentives and innovation you could bring in. I mean, RE5 is one of the, in my opinion, one of the most fun co-op campaigns out there anyways. It's just fun to do the RE4 gameplay and find loot, and there's enough like cooperative stuff. It'd be kind of cool to see them go all in on it. I don't expect them to ever do like a full Joseph Ferris thing where it's like purely co-op, because I think that limits the kind of money they can get, even though RE5 is one of the better sellers in the series, but you can still play it solo. So the thing is, like, there is a limit to what like an AI partner can really do. That's why the It Takes Twos and stuff, Split Fictions, you know, despite the horrid writing, are so cool, you know, purely made for co-op. I don't know if they would do that with Resident Evil. I'd be down for it, it'd be neat, but I can't imagine, I feel like they'd want to do a co-op type where you could still do it solo, so I'm curious what they would do there. I still think you could do really interesting co-op stuff that's still soloable with like a really strong bot, or maybe it just like changes shit. Or we'll be playing Dead Space 3 at some point soon here. And that they just like apparently just fucking whole off zones where you can't go to it that are specifically made for co-op. You know, that's probably the worst way to do it. I guess it is a way to do it if you don't want to set up like a proper AI. Yeah, they have crazy set pieces. So yeah. Yeah, the swapping back and forth, I think the Dead Space 3 Requiem, A New Beginning, and the end time, or the end of it all, or the end of Dead Space. But yeah, so I like the back and forth. I'm a big fan of both styles. I'm a guy when at the end of 8, when Chris pops up and you're fucking Doom guy running around shooting guys, I'm popping off. I love that shit. So I like games that have like mixed gameplay styles and they try to merge them, and you know, obviously the more innovative and ballsy the better. I think this was cool. I don't think the way they like weave them is like ballsy, but you know, they're both done really well. And if you're a big fan of the series, you like all of that. So it's a neat thing to do. If we're talking godly woven gameplay styles, yeah. Does it get much better, man? So yeah, cool stuff there. So yeah, the gray sections, I think they're really fun once you get into them. I think it's cute, the blood thing, especially with the ink ribbons. Some of the fun stuff. Some people don't care about it as much. I always have fun with the old ones, and people who like to replay these a lot generally do. But like kind of min-maxing, trying to find the most efficient ways to get around stuff, to save on resources, the best usage of resources. Obviously, you don't end up using it. You know, my Grace fucking storage was super full. You know, it's a fun thing, and it's cool that there are little techniques like that you can learn. And you know, if you did replays, you could bust through it quicker, or save up more stuff, or you know, play more goofy or do more wacky stuff. And I think there's a lot of fun stuff there. Generally, you could still kill most everything on Grace anyways, which I'm fine with. I mean, obviously, like your RE1 original, like remake stuff, you'd probably leave a few more guys. This tries to pull some of that a bit, right? Or like Crimson Heads in remake, like you burn certain bodies and then, you know, they can't turn into Crimson Heads. In this, you could do that. But there's too many enemies in this for me to want to make a shitload of injectors to like clean up a pathway. And I have to come back to too many areas probably too often. So you end up just killing most of them. That, and you always have like an answer with the Requiem and shit. Or being able to sneak up. Hit them again with stuff. Crimson Heads, it's like you gotta deal with the fucking Crimson Heads. You don't have, I mean, you might have like some big thing, like with when the hunters would start popping up in RE1 remake, it's like, you know, I'm gonna avoid a lot of areas, but if I know the right places, I might clear out particular hallways using like acid rounds or something to like do that. And I still don't think anything like really beats RE1 remake as far as like planning around places and leaving dudes up, but I really like the dynamic in zombies in this and how those cause a little shakeup. You know, there's like the guy where it's like you flip a light switch and he'll go towards it, or the maid will come towards where bodies are, or guys attracted to sounds, and dudes who, when you kill them, drop certain kinds of loot, which I think rewards trying to find a way to kill stuff as Grace. I think all that's pretty neat. I don't really have like a problem with it. It's all really fun and neat. It's cool that they try to have you like kind of care, and you know, I'll avoid some guys and run around generally. You know, that's probably why I took forever to do the Grace shit. It's cool it's here. So, and I think that's probably the best it's ever been on the first person side of things. You get that a bit with the mold guys in 7, but 7's more got the adventure game structure and looting, less the avoiding certain guys and all that. 7's a bit more of like your modern horror jump scare type of thing fused with Resident Evil. Where I feel like the Grace stuff in this feels a bit more like RE1 or 2 fused with the first person, like 7, 8 shit. The Leon stuff, I mean, I really liked it. I had fun with it. I think it's got enough set pieces. I think the melee, the feel of all the guns, and all the new mechanics, and just the general shooting, his animations, all that stuff feels really, really cool, really nice. All that's just really entertaining. So it's like I liked all that, all the different bosses. Obviously, his like fan service stuff and his personality in this, I think, is good. I think his like RE4 remake style personality, which is like this, fits a lot better in Requiem. He's also a little less self-serious in this one, but not, you know, in places where he shouldn't be. I don't think they had that quite right in 4 remake. So all that stuff was cool. I think if at the end of the day, like the most fun, replayable, entertaining Leon stuff is still like 4 OG, 4 remake. I would still say, you know, but I mean, that's the thing. Is like 4 remake, it's tough to beat that combat. It's tough to beat that. It is just a continuous, planned thing around him building up the loot, all the treasure and the details that come with that. That's just not something, and they don't need to make it better. This is cool in its own ways. Like I said, I like the environmental stuff and throwing crap and, you know, being able to parry whenever the fuck. You can even parry grabs in this. I don't think you can parry grabs in remake. You know, you can repair your own fucking equipment in this one instead, you know, because it's not about like a merchant shop thing. You know, it's got a more like expedited upgrade system. You know, it's like it's just a slightly different blend of what makes his stuff cool in remake, for remake, with way more set pieces and stuff like that. I think they're really fun. I think it's really cool, and they look great and feels good. So I don't think it would beat out like the pure focus of like RE4 remake or the original or. Yeah, cool stuff. So, great game. I liked it. I'm glad they're still there. They're still keeping it going. It's not. They're not like. You know, you're waiting for them to make a huge misstep, but still keeping them strong. Still keeping it. Not just, you know, they're not just making games like just for the. You know, the masses. I mean, this isn't what I'd call a niche game, but like, you know. It's still very focused on the roots of the series, not just in story and themes, but like in what makes the gameplay work, how the exploration works, the inventory management, and then still try and do things or you know, calling back to other things that they've tried that work, like remake and RE4 and all that stuff. Very good understanding. It was nice, you know, because if you go through if you've been a fan of the series forever, you know, the weird shit like 0 and 6, and, you know, I mean, even 5. 5's great, but it's 5's fucking, you know, starting to push a different speed, right? You know, it is like 5 and 6 did sell a crazy amount, but it's like, you know, once you get post 6, it's like, I mean, the series pretty much is dead until 7. I think having a stronger understanding and knowing how to weave that kind of stuff in better and finding like that community and, you know, the big mass appeal stuff is gonna be like the visuals and all that. It's kind of like with like your FromSoft stuff. It's like knowing what you do well and doing that well. Like, yeah, there's gonna be niche types of games that just won't ever hit like a mainstream, but I don't think Resident Evil has enough of those qualities where it's like playing to their strengths and doing them well. I think you find success, right? Like, you know, it's like a FromSoft deal. It's like I wouldn't call those like pandering to a huge audience like Sony games tend to, but they sell like crazy anyways because they are their deal and do it well. And the general concept is interesting enough and they have enough faith in people to want that kind of thing. It just kind of works out. The quality is kind of the big thing. But yeah, cool shit there. I guess we'll watch this behind the scenes video. Then maybe we'll do the tier list. Talk about this some more. I'm sure there's some big stuff I'm missing. How long as this video goes?
Sorry. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll...
I heard this is like her first gig. It was pretty good. Say what you will about how much you like Grace. I don't think she was like a bad character at all. I think they set her up well. They did a lot of details like the gun shaking and like her history and like set up why she is like got, you know, lots of issues and stuff. And then kind of had her sort of come into her own a little bit. Definitely better than like probably how Ethan started. I like Ethan in like a goofy way by 8, but you know, I think that Grace works because I get character a lot better. Good acting.
We ready in 3. No, 2 days tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
We'll say Alyssa got done dirty. Can I get an older woman kicking ass, please? Can I get old Jill or old Claire kicking ass, dude? She looked good. She had her outfit. Still looks really distinct. But got fucked, man. Which, I mean, whatever.
Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude. What the?
Shit's gotta be hard to act, man.
Grace,
you're not even close to being in the environment at all, man.
Mom, what's going on? Hurry. Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Gonna see other stuff or just
This is
this?
ridiculous. Come on.
Like, I like the acting, don't get me wrong. What about the game?
What do I do?
I want to see some Japanese guy telling me about game design, bros. Parasite for survival, dude. God, don't even.
Oh shit.
Don't even give me hope. This guy deserves an Oscar. I wonder how fun it is to just be like a zombie, man. This guy was good too. The good NBA.
Hello?
My man had his tongue game going.
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Kind of got like a Heath Ledger thing happening here.
Who are you?
Touch.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
There's a lot with the mouth.
Lady.
Help me!
You okay?
We're gonna see the fucking kiss. How do they?
What are you doing?
She's gonna actually bite his face off. No, they don't actually. Howard. Gameplay? My gameplay, or is this like the longest making of it? I mean, it's still cool. Sweat. Where's the Japanese guy working like 5 months to get her perfectly sweaty for the sweat tech? The sweat technician, dude.
Alright.
Because he was like, they could make this like way more movie story-ish. And if you just watch this making of, then you'd think that would be their focus. But it's really like 90% that game. And well done at that. And that's what I feel like actually keeps the games going, right?
There are so many of them.
Like, they're fun to play. They're fun to replay. God, this shit's so crazy, man. It's all, when they cut it like that, it's like a comedy thing, right? This is how it works.
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
Hog.
Not necessary.
Is it Eric's, the guy, actual guy?
Neutralize the target myself.
I'm guessing not.
3, 2, 1, action!
he's just voice acting. He's like a mocap ass kicker, dude. He's like he did his own stunts too, man.
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
They gave him internal bleeding for this segment. Yeah, we gotta make it more immersive. Only in that way, though. Fuck the sets and all that.
All of it.
3, 2, 1, bounce!
Wow.
Grace. Grace! Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
That's the actors. What the fuck? Okay, I was hoping for a little bit of gameplay, but you know, that's cool, I guess. I mean, yeah. I mean, the mocap, cool. There's some good acting in there. It's cool seeing how the sausage is made a bit, but, dude, these smiles, they look like they like that fake smile shit. They look like this shit, man. But, yeah. Well, cool deal, man. I'm really curious where they're gonna go next, but... Alright, let's go ahead and... I'm gonna do a quick piss. And then we're gonna do... tier list. Oh, what the hell happened to this? I'm zooming it in. I've done one of these in the past before. Well, this used to be larger. I have it like on 200% right now. I mean, whatever. Will be enough, I guess. Well, it's probably because I had it on a different monitor. I've done one of these before, but I've played a good few Resident Evils since. Let me change the title. And I've rewatched like Godo's Code Veronica playthrough and all that stuff. And, Code Veronica S tier, right? Not quite. Anyways, I'll be back. Just give me a minute, and then we'll do a little discussion. So if you guys got your own, feel free to share it if you want. But we'll be talking about it. So. Do RE9 last. why not? Since we're doing it. Okay. Guess we'll just leave this song up in the back. Credits music. Hybrid thing. Alright. So, I don't remember when I did the last one of these. I haven't redone a tier list in a long time. I've played enough now, so I usually add a few extra tiers, and maybe I'll add more if I feel like I need it. I don't put like normal rankings on them and stuff. It's just kind of like relative, right? I don't consider whatever's S tier in this to be S tier general, or maybe I do. It doesn't matter. But some of these, it's been a long time since I've played them. The rankings are as good as your memory sometimes, right? But Resident Evil Original. We just played this one. Let's just start it here for now. RE Original, I mean, other than just the influence it has and stuff, still has some of the best kind of map design, and a lot of survival horror games try to do it, but the avoidance of enemies and the planning of killing certain enemies, I really like that stuff. It's more than just ammo management and inventory management. It's also map knowledge and stuff like that. I still think that's really strong. I think in RE1 Original, you get a lot of hits on atmosphere because of the VA work. It's still a good looking game, but not quite as good looking as some of the stuff that comes after. Some other annoying little sections here and there. I don't mind some of the arcane ending stuff. Sorry, babe. Yeah, I mean, if I could have Kendo's cut on here, it'd be S tier, right? Top S tier. Sorry, babe. No, he says sorry, girly. I don't remember who said sorry, babe. Anyways, there's just too many funny fucking lines. But yeah, so yeah, RE1, super classic, funny VA, right? It's charming in a way, but it also hurts it in a way on the atmosphere. I think they clean it. We'll talk about our Resident Evil 1 remake later. That's a whole different thing. I think Resident Evil 1 has some of the more annoying inventory backtracking. Like I said, I like managing the inventory to a certain extent, and the power of like needing to go back so often to those places means you need to clear certain areas a bit better, but it can be a little too much at times, even when you're playing Jill with a bigger inventory. So I think it can kind of lend itself to a bit of an annoying tedium at times. I think they clean that up in the remake with a few more interconnected areas, adjusted puzzles and stuff like that, and obviously the doors and stuff can take a while and that. So really cool. I still really think Resident Evil 1 OG works really well for what it is, and there's a reason it spawned everything. That they got so much variety on purpose or not, is really neat. The camp is still really strong there. The full motion video stuff and all that's pretty cool. We'll put it there for now. I think it'll probably stay there. RE2. I would definitely say is better than RE1. Cleans up the gameplay, is a little less tedious. A little bit stronger presentation when it comes to the VA work and all that kind of stuff. Not like super crazy, but it's not like Apple. It's not like apples and oranges, and it's not like just a clear huge step up. It's just a really cool, like, broader take on it and a new setting with like some stuff cleaned up with an interesting AB thing, which I mean Resident Evil 1 has that with Claire and Jill, or not Claire, sorry, Jill and Chris stuff. It's just kind of taking that and doing more with it and expanding the scope a little bit. Just cleaning it up, you know. I don't think it's like, it just feels like what a sequel should be, just a clean, solid, and, you know, next chapter with nice upgrades and all that kind of stuff. Where they start kind of, instead of just in a mansion, a spooky mansion, right? It's, you know, what if it was like a city and then, you know, in a police department, you know, we're moving away from genre type of tropes, right? Like movies and some of their inspirations, like Sweet Home and all that kind of shit. I think it works really great in that way. Like, it's just kind of, it's like its own deal, you know. It's just, it is just like a sequel doing a similar thing well, and exactly what you'd want out of a sequel there. So, Nemesis. Sign up for greater, yeah. Nemesis. I don't know if I'm like a Nemesis more or a Resident Evil 2 guy more. These are pretty close for me. Probably Resident Evil 2. But I don't know, I kind of like Nemesis. I'm gonna put them pretty equal. You know, it's been a little bit since I played RE2. I re-watched through Nemesis again recently. Nemesis himself is a cool ballsy thing, right? Like the Boogeyman, which I would say started with Clock Tower, but this is what probably really popularized it a bit more. Having like this guy like follows you around and trying these new systems, like the choice system, having all these extra challenges like defeating him to like get super loot, the different areas you might never even get to see. Because of all your choices and stuff like that was kind of cool. Being out there in the city, you know, once again, it's a new type of setting that works really well with the formula. Now it's like, instead of in a building, we're running through streets and touching in other buildings, and, you know, it's not a two character campaign, but they're interweaving like character swapping still in it with Carlos and all that. So I think 3 tries more things than 2 does in a way. Some of it doesn't all work out. But I think for the most part, it does. And I appreciate a lot of that for it. So, with 2's just the kind of clean upgrade that ups the scope. 3 is the kind of like, we're trying a lot of new things off the back of 2. I mean, even like the crafting with gunpowder and stuff, that's like a 3 thing. I don't think that was in 2. So I think maybe 2 is just a bit more rounded. Part of me is like, I'm Nemesis over 2 guys. I would say they're about even. I don't take too much on this. I would say I probably like both of these a little chunk more than the original. I don't know if I would tier it differently. We'll see when we get going if it looks right or not. But yeah, you can't go wrong with Nemesis. I think it's still super worth playing. I think you should play it, since the 3 remake doesn't do it quite as well. And, you know, how to make like an iconic villain essentially, with such like a simple graphical style and voice work and all that kind of stuff. Survivor. I did play Survivor. This is pretty fucking low. We'll see if it's the lowest, but Survivor is like a first-person shooter. It's like a rail shooter hybrid dungeon crawlery thing, mix. It's set on like a random island where Joe Guy is like fighting in some random island. Joe Guy's amnesiac. There's lots of choices in this, which is kind of cute, and like different pathing, kind of like you would have in a rail shooter. but I don't know. It plays like it's really annoying to play. It looks pretty goofy. Well, you know, it has some good environments. This is like not pre-rendered, so it's kind of the first Resident Evil without pre-rendered environments. So if you like that low poly fidelity kind of like look, like a first-person viewing of that, I mean, it's kind of neat on that front. But story-wise, the quality of each set piece and place, and the exploration, and kind of how annoying it is to play because it does have support for like I think a shoot thing, but generally you're not gonna have that. You're gonna have a controller. Like it's just kind of a pain in the ass. I actually played this for so bad it's good. I think it's got some pretty bad VA that's pretty enjoyable. It's not completely rancid, but it's definitely not on the list of games I'd recommend on Resident Evil. You know, there's stuff that's a little iffy, like Code Veronica, and then, you know, 6 and 0 and shit, but like I'd still say those are, if you're a big fan of this series, are worth at least checking out, if not just playing straight up. You know, 6 is like more of a morbid curiosity, but fun enough. Survivors, like not really. You gotta be like super deep into the sauce on that one. So this one might end up at the bottom. I don't know if it'll be the lowest on here. It might be pretty fucking low, man. We'll put Survivor down here for now. Not the worst Resident Evil thing, but like it might be the worst. I mean, I haven't played some of the worst ones, I'm sure. Was it Gaiden or Survivor? Hold on. Am I crazy? One is Gaiden. Okay, Gaiden's the Game Boy one. What the fuck was Gaiden? I have not played that one. That's probably got to be a special game, dude. Operation Raccoon City, put it at the tippy top. I mean, like I tell you, I've played it more than I played Survivor, and I've had more fun and laughs. But I'd probably, I'll tell you right now, Operation Raccoon City. Yeah, it's gonna be in the Survivor tier, bros. I have fun with this. I get joy out of Operation Raccoon City because it's fun playing it with like the lads and you know, seeing all the really low quality goofy Resident Evil tie-in shit and you know the leveling up mechanics and stuff. But as a third person shooter, it does not feel super great. The campaign set pieces and all that are not super good. I guess if you don't know this game, it's kind of think like a ghetto Left 4 Dead, but like with like more leveling up and class stuff, but with like Resident Evil, you play as like factions of like Umbrella. They try to have you like make choices, like good guy, bad guy stuff by the end of it, and it's just very cheap. It's very cheap, very outsourced feeling. It's in the you know, some of the worst phases of like Federation Force Reskin. I gotta play that kind of peak myself. Yeah, it's just it feels tacky. It feels cheap. There's a lot of like fan service, but it's not like Requiem where it actually feels like a bit more earned and like knows where to keep it in its pants, or if it is gonna go all out, makes it like entertaining in its own right. It's very like, you know, we're trying to cash in on a multiplayer craze and we're trying to use Resident Evil to do it. We're gonna put as much, you know, like what a lot of gotchas might do, you know, just like crazy fan service and whatever they can do to play off the times and the IP. And obviously the Games for Windows Live shit and all that stuff has been a nightmare since, so it's really hard to actually still play it. Now I think they got rid of it, so we could still play it whenever, but sweeps. I have fun with it. Like I said, even the shittiest Resident Evil games I have fun with, you know. I think the only time I've been like truly bored playing one of these is probably the last time I played 6, and that is like my 4th or 5th time playing through 6. No offense to Goto or anything, but that one was starting to hurt. I've just played 6 too many times. And half of those times I was like blitzed drunk on the hardest difficulty playing it with like Ripper. You know, where we're just both drinking like crazy. It's like, you know, that helps a bit, but 6 is just like I've had too many pills of 6, but otherwise I'm not really. I mean, a little bit of like just a touch of RE1 original, just because the RE remake's so good, and you know, maybe a little CVX, but for the most part they're all pretty damn solid. So I guess some Outbreak's got some issues for sure. But yeah, Operation Raccoon City. I'm sure Umbrella Corps is like worse. I don't know on the reverse and resistance and stuff, but it's just raw, man. It is super raw, super cheap. We get a kick out of it. I have a personal enjoyment level with it, but it's not like a ZTD level of enjoyment of a bad game. But like, you know, if Kairu or Ripper in here, we'd be talking about Beltway. We'd be talking about, you know, playing it right now, popping off, right? Like, it's just, you know, it's that kind of game. But it sucks, dude. like everybody playing it's like, yeah, this shit sucks, but we're still playing it, you know. So anyways, next up, I guess we'll do CVX. I might move these all around a bit. We'll see. Code Veronica. These are just placeholder. I'll adjust it as it looks good. 2 USD for that level of quality. That is worth it. Not because it's good, but because only $2 to enjoy that level of atrocity if you've played the other ones is, it's so fun, man. Totally worth the playthrough. Ichikoshi needs a new boat or something. CVX, it's definitely a step down. I would put CVX like here maybe for now. CVX, I love the setting. I wish they did a little more with it. Like the Antarctic setting and like the far north and all that kind of stuff are cool. Or whatever it was. I don't remember what the first part is, but you do end up in Antarctica and stuff. I think it's ripe for a cool remake. Should have been its launch price. Should have been $9.99, dude. That would have been Kino. But well, I guess it doesn't have enough respect to $9.99 to do that. But yeah, Code Veronica X. I mean, it's cute how it ties in Chris and Claire again and all the Wesker stuff. I think obviously the full 3D environments, a little bit more camera pan stuff like your Silent Hills. This is obviously like a place that it needed to go after Nemesis and stuff. I imagine this one got panned a little bit more back in the day because people were moving away from tank control type of stuff. So I think that hurts it a little bit. Coming out first on Dreamcast probably didn't help either. But as a game, I think some of the runback situations, some of the actual like pacing is kind of bad. Like, there's not enough really exciting moments, and there's a little bit too much running through like gray walls and stuff. It's still fun. There's still cool tech. It's still in the vein of like 1, 2, and 3. But I don't think there's as much you have to think about map-wise. I think you can generally kill a lot more. Which, I mean, I guess you do in 3 as well, but it just feels a little more sloppy, a little more loose. Maybe not as strong visually because of them jumping into like a new deal. Just not making it as tight as it could be. I mean, you do get the double campaigns in one, which is kind of like what Requiem does, so that's kind of cool. Where they kind of remix some of the old areas and stuff. I don't know, I don't think CVX is like really bad. It just doesn't have like a lot of godly great moments. It's got funny stuff like Steve. He's like bad but in a funny way. I don't know, it's just kind of like a mid-tier one for me. Maybe I would put it a little higher, but I think I've got other ones I'd put up. We'll see. Like, if you like the old style, CVX works well with it. But it's kind of not the weakest of the old school style. That's 0, but it's just not... He's funny, like, unintentionally. Like, he's super cringe and lame, but that's why he's, like, so funny, because he's funny to laugh at. Yeah, the, like, weird pseudo-romance with Claire and, like, all that shit. Like, he's bad for the game, but, like, it's funny. Like, you know, in, like, a bad way, right? Like, it's funny bad. He's just kind of a whiny loser guy. But yeah, I don't know. I like CBX. I liked it a bit more before I re-saw it again recently. You know, I played it a while back. I don't know. It's cool. Like I said, it's more of the good stuff. It is important enough to the story, I guess, if you care about that. I think it's ripe for reimagining. I think the settings are really cool. There's not a lot of snow stuff you see really in the series, and there's some wacky enemies and stuff they could do some cool shit with, but yeah, we'll see. I just don't feel like Giga strong, but I don't like hate it either. Kind of middle of the pack. Resident Evil 1 remake, God mode. This one's always been one of my favorites. My favorite classic by a long shot. One of my favorite survival horror games of this style in general. It looks amazing. This is one of like the few like replacement remakes I would actually say is like worthy of it. It's still cool to play the original, but I think you're totally fine just not. You'd rather just play this. There's some cheesiness and I think history that's super important. Play the original Resident Evil 4, but like if you're not into that, remakes just, oh man. All the new areas they add, the new boogeyman stuff they do, Crimson Heads as an idea expands on like the map stuff, right? Like, so I said in the original Resident Evil, it's like it's really cool that you can avoid stuff and pick, you know, which guys you'd want to kill to save on ammo to go through places and how you want to manage your inventory there. They play on that even more with burning certain corpses and having a certain amount of fuel for it to stop Crimson Heads. Like, you don't want to have Crimson Heads pop up, you know, in a place you want to go to pretty often, right? This isn't like you can just parry your way through it or do some crazy shit, you know. And Requiem, I feel like, you know, pull straight from that with the blister heads and all that. I don't think it does it quite as clean. It does other stuff really well, but so that, the choices between the two characters, I really love the atmosphere. Some of the best pre-rendered fucking CGs in the business. I think in general, this is the same with Resident Evil OG. If you don't know anything about the series, going from like investigating a mystery mansion with zombies into more and more weird animals, into like an underground like tech-based thing, and how it still feels, it doesn't do that thing where all the modern Resident Evils do, where it's like a really clean white tech place. And Resident Evil OG kind of does that, but like remake, it's like it's still kind of dingy. It feels a little bit more mysterious and kind of fucked up, and I think that vibe in both of them, and especially remake, is just so strong. They're really cool. Kind of like a sort of twist, but kind of progression of atmosphere and all that stuff. You know, the voice acting's a little better. It's good enough where it doesn't draw attention to itself being like fucked or anything. More interesting situations, and still lots of little details and tech to do. Obviously this one has full analog control, so I don't remember if Code Veronica has that option at all, but now you don't need to do tank controls if you don't like it, which I think is a cool way to play it. It feels pretty good, but obviously because it's pre-rendered backgrounds, when you cut between areas, you're, you know, as soon as you touch the stick, your character will do like the fidget and all that. So, you know, that is what it is, but the control of being able to move around and how that can play into like dodging hunters and the increased difficulty that RE1 Remake kind of generally has because of stuff, I think it works out. It's cool for it still. But yeah, just extremely great remake. If you ever want to just like, you know, if you're just thinking about remakes and you want to do a little fucking research, I guess. I mean, I think Resident Evil 1 remake's one of the best ways to do it. That reimagines stuff and remixes stuff for the fans, like the dogs are going to jump in at different times and stuff, while still staying true to the roots directly. and expanding on what works really well and kicking up that atmosphere. Right? You get RE2 remake, which I think is a really great reimagining while keeping the soul of what the original RE2 is. But obviously it's not really like a replacement, it's like a totally different type of game. But like, it is taking that game and trying to modernize it in a way, and I think that's kind of neat. Or Resident Evil 1 remake is like, just kind of like a hard replacement. Like, it is doing the same thing, just kind of cleaned up in a way. Yeah, really godly game. Love that one. 0. Not so much. 0, good looking game. You know, this came out around the same time. This is kind of the classic punching bag. It's not so shitty and tacky as like an Operation Raccoon City, like ones that are like more cynically shit. But it's just kind of a dull game. It's got a really great looking pre-rendered CGs with like the train at the beginning and all that. It's trying new stuff with the drop in the ammo. I think this one have actual swapping the characters at any time shit? I don't quite remember. It's extremely forgettable. This is the problem. I played it once, ran through it in like 8 or 9 hours, and it's like a blur, man. Like, it did, yeah. So like this one, it kind of does what I was talking about. Like Requiem could have maybe tried to do. I don't think it should have, but like, you know, it is a bad example of like, you know, a good example of a bad thing, like trying to do the swap to different characters at the same time. And it's weird how it works with the story, because it's like another compound, another mansion and stuff, and then Rebecca just ends up in RE1 right afterwards. Billy's kind of lame. I mean, it's cool that there's like bugs, I guess, like actual bug bosses and stuff. Some of that's kind of neat. I think if you like original Resident Evil style like a lot and you just want more, I say play it. But it's definitely not high on the list, and not like one I would be like, you gotta get to like right away. I don't know. I don't know if I want to put it right underneath Code Veronica or like where it is here. It's just it's not interesting story-wise. Like I said, it's not. It's kind of tedious, pain in the ass. It's just, for me, it's just super forgettable. I honestly forget most of the fucking game. Well, the train's the best part, and it never gets that good again. You're kind of just going through the motions, and if you've played a lot of these, you know, those motions probably need a little bit of a pick-me-up at this point, and I just don't think it really brought that to the table. It's the first attempt to go like super about far back into the past, right? Like what happened before Resident Evil, you know, that kind of thing. It's funny how much they got it with the remake and how much they didn't get it with 0, despite them releasing pretty similar time. 2002 for 0. And yeah, 2002 for Resident Evil 1 remake. It came out, 0 came out like 6 months after. So, I don't know. In a way, it's kind of like got its little ambitions. It's not like rancid, it's just not fun. I don't know if somebody else wants to weigh in on that one. I honestly just forget most of 0, and I think that's part of the problem. It's just kind of a sort of boring and at times tedious because of the item dropping system. Game with only a couple highlights, and a lot of it's visual. I don't remember enough, honestly. This one's mostly the biggest blur. You don't see people replaying it a lot or talking about it other than just being like the punching bag games. We keep talking about Outbreak. We did those recently. That where I want to put Outbreak. I had fun playing them with Ripper and Draggle and stuff, but I don't like them a whole lot, I gotta say. I think Outbreak 1 is kind of a pain in the ass a lot of the time. I love the idea, and I think they're ahead of their time in a lot of ways, but they're super flawed, especially the first one. There's so many context insta-kills that suck. The timer on each mission is really annoying. I don't think there's enough really neat co-ops elements. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of cool areas. It's neat. They look good. I think it's cool playing an original Resident Evil in that format. Like in a co-op format, but like, they pretty much just did, instead of a cool campaign where you go through it and you take your time and you plan a bit like you would in Resident Evil, it's like a rush to get through like a sometimes linear, sometimes not zone with like infinite dudes where you literally have the virus and you're ticking down a doom, and you know, each person has their own power and stuff, and it can be a little slow, but like that's kind of neat. It's just lots of gimmicks, lots of just weird things that I think if they just like retooled it a bit and turned it more into like just a campaign you co-op, it would work a little better, and I would still love to see that idea, but this is important. Oh shit. Drop everything. Remaking it? Didn't they already do that? Or is that just head as code? Man, I ain't playing it. I'm not, man, I'm not. The fucking third one came out and I still haven't touched that. Did that one even do well? Remaking it. I mean, God knows it could use some improvements, but whatever. I mean, do what you want. Good luck. I hope it works out. And I'd rather just see him try something new, but we're in the world of remaking VNs multiple times soon after they came out. Like, not I mean, look, I get if it was like a really early work and you think you've really improved, but I mean, Jesus, it was the last one they did before the newest game. Well, whatever. I mean, good look, cool, awesome. I don't know. I don't have much of a thought on it. That's about it. I mean, it'd be neat to see that whole series kind of like rebuffed into something. I just don't know if there's potential there that I would care about seeing. Like, it's not like a potential series, you know? So it's like, oh, this would be really cool in the right hands. It's like, it's a lot of stuff that we already have seen and know. Anyways, interesting. Outbreak. I mean, I'd like to play the third one. I'll have to be a monk on it. I would love if the third one and like these remakes were like really good. More good VNs, especially out of the West. I'm down for it. I don't like, but I mean, they just, the ones I played sucked. There's not much. I mean, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. But yeah, I would like to play the third one. But is that finished, or is it like doing an early access thing? I thought he was doing like chapter by chapter or some weird shit. Yeah, I think Outbreak and Zero are kind of annoying in like similar but different ways. Like they are both kind of annoying. Outbreak, and because of its like extraneous structure that they bolt on, the timer death stuff, the infinite zombies, some of the like weird QTE stuff that's like way too arcane for what it is, that tries to play into co-op but doesn't do it enough. That there isn't enough neat co-op stuff. That it isn't playing to the strengths. Like, it looks like old school Resident Evil, and it is exploring and grabbing loot. but it's kind of this like rat in a maze on a timer thing. That's just a fucking pain in the ass to play, even with your buds and stuff. And it's really cool. There's a community that's keeping this alive. You can play these now. It's not that hard. Oh no, I don't mind. I'm gonna finish my thoughts on Outbreak and jump back in. But I think the multiplayer, PS2 multiplayer stuff is really impressive, and I think it's ahead of its time in a lot of ways. I just don't think they had figured out the proper way to set that up, and in what ways it needed to play into the originals without, like, I don't know, like, I get that they wanted just like a quick, like, hour, 2 hour drop in type of deal, but I can't help but feel like just a full campaign. Damn, it is. Harder. Special weather statement. Stops. Why is it always in the middle of the night? I mean, my brother's gotta be fucking coming home right now. Not the comfy rain. Anyways, let's get going on. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. Outbreak, it's got really cool elements, but they just make it a pain. The ammo, the lack of it, the infinite guys. There's just enough situations where if you retooled it a bit, it would help a lot, just as like a one-run type of thing. But it's something that they wanted you to play over and over, and so they added that kind of difficulty and mastery to it. It's cool. It's a neat primordial way of doing it, and I think they could really like take that and make it a cool thing nowadays, but it just doesn't work out very well for me. I think it's a pain. I would say Outbreak 2 improves on it a bit. It's a little less annoying of like, they don't have like, I mean, they kind of have the ticking time thing. It's not quite as much infinite stuff. There's better set pieces and locations, like the zoo's really cool. More interesting, like scripted stuff, like the tyrant crap and all that. More story stuff happening, which is neat. You know, it's still kind of an expansion pack to Outbreak, but they clean it up a little bit. I don't think it's like way better. I don't even know if I want to put it actually even like a tier above at this point. It's still kind of a pain. Like it is better, but maybe, I don't know, like a tier better. I'll just put it as better on this list. But yeah, it's still kind of missing the structure and like the pace and all that. It's just got better environments, places, and monsters. Cypher is now fully released on Steam. It's got the full intended content of the game. Cat. Yeah, did they already, like, how much did they already remake for? I don't know, that's just wild. I guess it's done though, huh? The side for gone. I don't know. I'd like to play just to see. It's always cool seeing a dev like get better at that kind of thing. But man, I gotta say, damn, bro, game does not get a lot of people playing it. Maybe it is better. I don't know. Maybe it is good. I mean, now Arson was playing it. I feel like it's whatever. I hope it's good. I hope it works out. Yeah, I'll support the end people, but yeah, they suck pretty hard. We'll see on Decide for God. Hopefully I don't have to remember everything in those games, bro. It's been a bit. It was always confusing because it was so like end-loaded and goofy. But yeah. Anyways, I'll redo some of this tier list, but RE4, I mean, this is probably my favorite Resident Evil game. It was also my first one. If that has any effect, I don't know. But it's just RE4 it's just godly, man. It's the king, man. Every room is fun and memorable. You know, when you replay, you're like, oh, this room is gonna be coming up in a while, and it's like, no, it's just the next room. You think there's always like this fluff in between, but it's like it's just room after room of fun shit. Clean combat. You know, it's more action, but it's still got a horror, like, you know, skin to it. It hasn't completely shed, you know, the pace like 6 does or anything, or 5. It's still, you know, managing ammo and stuff, but now it's like, and it's slow because it's like, you know, the guys are slowly coming at you, but now it's less, you know, it's not like a twitch shooter. It's like you're shooting certain parts of the body and then you're working in melee, and, you know, so it's like kind of a thoughtful combat system, like how you might have had to have thought about what you wanted to bring, where you wanted to bring it to in the originals, but this one's more like how you engage in each fight. You know, you are equipping yourself depending on what you think you need, but there's still there's like fun collection, really addicting, like loot, upgrade system that I think is paced super well. You know, there's always so many cool new items to grab, and you know, there's been, you know, discussions between fans fucking since the dawn of time on this game. You know, like if you're a Red 9 guy, if you like the Striker, you're a Riot Gun guy, you know. They all have their own thing, your own personal, like, feel to them that you like. You know, like, I like Red 9, I like the reload, I like the power, the stability, but some people, they like Punisher guy, they like the penetration, you know, all that kind of stuff. And because the combat is dynamic enough, there is a way you can plan around it. There's an optimization to using melee and the knife and stuff to kind of do better, that you can find your play style, and they throw you in so many different situations with, you know, either like light puzzles or, you know, elevation work and stuff, right? You gotta remember, this is like, you know, like none of the Resident Evils pretty much at this point had like these kinds of environments. The over-the-shoulder thing, you know, you take that for granted, but the over-the-shoulder off to the side shooter thing, I mean, this is like the fucking landmark moment that became like a big thing, right? And it just still feels really good. I mean, it's tank controls, but you don't even think of it as like tank controls, right? Like, just the speed of the game is just so set for it. So, you know, it's like you'll play different versions of it. You know, people be like playing PC versions and stuff, but it's like it's made for like controllers. It's made to be kind of like a Metroid Prime. It's like it's very specifically set up to be played at a certain speed that like a controller and all that allows, or not allows, it's like when people try to do like Prime hacks and stuff. Like, that's cute, but it's kind of like RE4. It's like that's just not really like it's made very specifically for this style, and it's really good at it, right? Like, it's not about like crazy flick shooting and stuff like that. I mean, you can have it be that way, but it changes the difficulty and the design around it. So it's a good example of like a controller-centric shooter that's like really well thought out and tight with lots of little details. Great atmosphere, totally new like environment. Like, hey, now we're up in the Spanish fucking, I don't know, some middle of fucking Spain somewhere in the mountains. You know, there's castles and military bases and like kind of old sort of backwater like villages, and it's bringing all that in there. It's got a really fun, cheesy one-liner kind of. You know, we got the old guy Leon. He's like Green Ore now. He's like Mr. fucking McCool operator. You know, he's seen some shit, so he's like, you know, super cocksure and stuff. But they balance it right? There's still like jump scares and spooky sections, especially if you're younger. like the dog maze and some of the Cazador stuff, sewers and all that shit. So it's like it hasn't like abandoned anything, but it takes it and turns it into like a really fun action deal. A more linear game, but with so much exploration within those areas. So much to find and little branches and stuff. It's not like completely linear like 6 is. You know, you do come back and go through different stuff, but it's kind of like a little bit of a blend of that. It turns the exploration into something slightly different. Inventory Tetris. There's just like a lot of cute ideas that are all really like fun to play around with and to kind of own your own feel and your own pace and your own style and stuff, and then just godly, just fun setup, like environments and rooms, man. The gameplay is just, you know, you got a really good basic gameplay and then just really tight level design. Just so many cool places and rooms and cool shit to do. Yeah, you got Ashley. You know, people shit talk escorts. Ashley's not that bad, man. It works out pretty well. Throw her in a dumpster and call it a day, bro. Compare that to like Silent Hill 4, right? Holy fuck. That's a pain in the ass escort. Upgrade Ashley though, yeah. They get all the little details like that. Get the upskirt. He gets pissed at you. Goofy crap like that. You know, there's definitely some wacky shit like that, but there's so it's just a very like Resident Evil's always been like B-movie cheese, but I think the quotability and like the characters actually being like a thing, like it's always been kind of a character thing, but I feel like 4 is where it's like, okay, Leon is like the guy, right? Like he is a guy. He's got a very distinct personality. He's very charismatic. He's really well voice acted. You know, this was the same voice actor who did The Merchant. I do need to start Fox 64. Talk about all-time quotable games, right? So it's like RE4 is just like really good at that. So it's like taking, you know, and it just works well. Like you get the serious, you know, B movie, but like kind of serious RE2, you know, Greenhorn Leon, and now he's like, you know, more actiony, he's more sure of himself kind of thing. It's still spooky Resident Evil, but like it's just clean, right? It's fun, it's quotable, it doesn't go too far, still kind of spooky, but the big thing is that it's just really entertaining, really fun, really great rooms, and I still like it the most out of all of them. 5. I'm like a 5 guy here, probably. I'm thinking. It's just hard with Resident Evil 1 with the remake, and these two just kind of being a step above. So 5's tough, man, because I think room to room, both visually and gameplay wise, it's less interesting than 4. I think it's got some highs, and it definitely tries to have more over the top set pieces, like your fucking boulder, throwing Gollum when you're on the fucking miniguns shooting. You know, there's like really over the top stuff. But and I'm not saying that's like a high gameplay wise, but like, you know, it tries to do more stuff like that. But room to room, not quite as exciting. The color palette and stuff, the piss filter, you know, it works, but it does make everything feel a little bit less distinct and fun. Like 4, it's turns up the cheese to a level that I think is a must play. It is psychotically over the top, cheesy, funny, quotable. I don't think it owns it in a way 4 does. I think it's kind of you're laughing at it a little bit. DC Douglas's Wesker is a fucking all-time voice acting role, dude. to the point where I can't like Wesker without DC Douglas. To the point where I just joke about DC Douglas because of that role. I think it's a really fun co-op game. I think it like streamlines, and not always for the better, but the upgrading and inventory and all that, and turns it more into an action-focused thing. It still has exploration. It's a little bit more linear, but it's got its moments of branching, like the boat section and all that. I think taking it in a new area is kind of cute, and I think it's a really so bad it's good, funny, enjoyable story. I like RE5. I think it's good. I enjoy it. But I don't think it's as polished of a package as like 4 and like the original. And I don't think for its time, you know, like Nemesis and 2, where they're just like very clean at doing that. Like it can be more fun than like Nemesis or RE2 at times. But those games are very steady in their entertainment and their visual, you know, the variety of locations and the style they're going for. 5, I think, dips too often, but it's still a really good time. It's like jumping out of windows, right? I can jump out of windows in 4. That was awesome. Right off the start, you're jumping out of 2-story buildings. Yeah, I don't know. The best part about 5 for me is its goofiness. And the co-op elements. It's a fun, just co-op shooter campaign. Yeah, you are laughing at it a little bit. It's just, I just think the quality in favor of action and not being quite as a visionary a game, means they start just dipping on a lot of level design. It's still good. It's still a solid game. I'd still really recommend it. It's not like 6, where it's like they've completely just at the bed. But it's definitely taken the action of 4 and trying to ratchet it up, and then it kind of, you know, it brings something new in with co-op, but it loses a little bit of the sauce that 4 had, in favor of trying to just kind of continue the 4 legacy with like a new thing on it. So it feels a touch more cynical on that front, but it's still good overall. 6 is where it's like they would go way too hard with it. But yeah, I think for remakes, I think RE5 could have a really cool remake. I don't want them to try to make it cheesy, because you can never make it as fun cheesy as RE5 is. I want them to make it dead serious, slow it down. Well, no, make it about as much as RE4 remake, but have more, like maybe a touch less linearity, touch less like over the top wacko sections, and just make more fun, interesting locations, more variety, more cool little things like that, and make it dead serious. I want to see it just them try a dead serious one. I mean, obviously have cheese, like RE9 probably levels of serious, right, where there's like still, you know, bike chases and stuff, but you know, I would like to see a reimagining where they try something totally different, because I don't think you could really capture the level of goofiness that RE5 is. Like, you're just not going to get that Wesker performance again. You know, you could still have Chris being punished as hell, his men and all that stuff. Which I guess was more of a 6 thing, but yeah, I don't know. RE5 is kind of a product of its time a little bit. Again, like kind of co-op shooter stuff, more action-y focus of the time. It kind of, the 6 is like that too, right? They're kind of a slave to the 360 era a little bit, but I think 5, probably incidentally, because it's 4 is such a big deal, still tied to it enough where they ended up making still a good game. But yeah, I would like them in a remake to just, you could just, I mean, there's not that many sections and yeah, 7 minutes is all I have to spare. So funny, man. Complete global saturation. It's just the DC Douglas is just it makes that fucking game. I mean, it's just the super over the top sections. I mean, this dude's throwing like missiles at you, doing the fucking Matrix dodges. You're flying, you know, through like fucking Giga Jets, and you're fighting in a volcano, and Chris is punching boulders, and I mean, it's fucking wild. And so it's like you do a remake, and it's like, you know, that's the stuff everybody remembers from 5, and it's awesome. It's super Giga Cheese, is fun, but like you couldn't do it as good again, right? So I'd almost rather see a reimagining. I'd almost rather see a dead serious, and I wish that's how RE4 remake would have been. RE4 remake tries to be serious, more serious. Like Sadler's totally a serious cult guy. He's really lame. You know, Leon's more of the straight man instead of like always one-lining like he was in 4. But then they still try to give him one-liner. They try to have both, and it just doesn't. I don't think it works. Nobody would be quoting RE4 remake like they would the original. The only shit I quote in RE4 remake is like new Louis shit, and like a little bit of new Krauser. Because at least new Louis actually like has some fun lines and more charisma. I really only quote the "this is where they dug up the bugs" thing. Like, it's just like everywhere. It's like, you know, if RE4 remake had came out and the original didn't exist, nobody would quote it, right? It doesn't have that quotability. So I kind of wish they would almost made it like dead serious and just really honed in on like the vibe and to go with that tone with the action. And I don't think it hurts RE4 that much, but I think it's something that's you miss a lot after playing the original. And it's like 5, it's like I just don't think they could. That kind of dialogue and cheese, it's like, you know, they do some of those kinds of situations in Requiem, but you know, I still don't think much of it was like quotable like 4. It's just kind of an older style. It's like where you don't see like Commando type of movies these days or anything. I think they've got a good grasp on it, but yeah, I don't want to see them try to do RE5 tone again. I'd rather just see a totally new take on it. But yeah, most importantly, probably buff out the campaign with a few more interesting locations, a bit more variety, probably clean up the actual story. And then if they're gonna try to do like a Chris trilogy thing like they did with Leon here with remakes and new games, probably have some kind of like character arc through Veronica and 5 and 1 and all that stuff. Chris has always just been like, are his efforts enough kind of dude, and like his man and all that kind of crap, you know, more than it's like, which is kind of like what Leon's like already. I mean, it's kind of like what they're all like to a certain extent. So and roids are pretty important. It's a fucking Chris, dude. We love roids. I hope he's roided out to shit and 5 remakes still. I mean, he's obviously huge in Village, so, but he looks like a fucking blueberry in Village. He's just, his trench coat gives him, his coat makes him just look like some fucking massive freak. Can I find that picture? 1 second. Let me see if I can find that. Goda linked it to me last night. Yeah. Somebody just makes Chris's head even smaller on his frame, dude. Just fucking hyper fucking Largo fucking Chris, man. But yeah, so I don't know, I really like 5. At times I think I have more fun with it than 3 and 2, but when I really think about it, I'm like, it's kind of flawed, right? It's got its dull moments, it's not as polished, and a lot of the fun comes from laughing at it, laughing maybe with it, and kind of just getting a fun out of like a co-op cheesy, you know, everybody's laughing at the cutscenes at the same time and enjoying the action, you know. It's more of a fun ride than it is a game that I respect, you know, like a 3 or 4 or something like that. Revelation, I'd probably put Revelation like, I guess CVX tier. It's a bit more, I mean, it's a 3DS spin-off that it's originally, right? I like the new locations. It's like an underwater boat kind of thing about like a, was it like a pirate terrorist group. You're playing as Jill, which is cool. I don't remember who else you play as. There's a lot of ass. I feel like Jill ass. I don't remember where it places in the series. It's not really like a crazy story thing. But as a side thing and going sort of in the, not quite as action heavy as like 6, but sort of in that vein, like a single player with some light co-op, like 5 thing, but like on a cheaper scale with a few cute ideas. Like it's cool. I like them. Like Revelations 2 and 1 are like, they're not amazing, but like they're totally like serviceable, worth a little play. They're just not like big, like landmark, big budget entries. They're just like, hey, here's a little side story with some of the characters you know, on a budget, but not like Operation Raccoon City where it feels like tacky. They've got some co-op. They've got a bit of they're a little bit more leaning on the action side than it is exploration. You know, they're kind of more like a linear shooter campaign. Think like, you know, 6, but maybe not as fucked. A lot of Revelations isn't like crazy memorable. Like I said, the setting's kind of its strongest thing. But it's still cool. Like if you're a big Resident Evil fan, play them. They're neat. They're not gonna like change your life or anything, but they're a good time. So I say Revelations 2 is better. I might even like it better than Stevie X. I don't know. It's pretty close. I don't feel super strong on that. I definitely think Revelations 2 is just straight up better. Maybe I'd put Revelations 1 down a bit. Do I think it's a tier above TVX? Probably not. So, I mean, Revelations 2, it's like you get Barry, you get, I guess his daughter, and stuff like that. It's Claire again. You get a lot of fun moments, a lot of cute little callbacks and cool character moments. I think it's a stronger campaign. There is a little bit of exploration mansion stuff near the end. The beginning, the weird Wesker stuff, where it's like Wesker's sister. She's not like that bad of a villain. It gets a little wonky on the story stuff there, but you know, it's trying to pull it into the bigger story a little bit, and it's like, okay, it's kind of cute. Once again, it's like a cool novelty that's not too bad. That plays a bit more linear shooter with a twist, you know, a bit of a twist at the end. It's got some co-op. It's a little lighter. It's something like, you know, your fucking little brother or something would play the co-op side with you. But I don't know. These are just really odd that Revelations 1 and 2 kind of even exist. Like, they don't feel giga cheap, but they clearly aren't like mainline. But they're not like fucked either. I don't know. Like, they're just kind of like fine, right? They're not like forgettably like weak like 0. They're just kind of, you know. Resident Evil is a very consistent series, and there's some really high highs. So it's like it just kind of doesn't hit that level, but they're still cool. I don't think about them a lot, other than like the end of Revelations 2. Quarter to play them, yeah. Like I think about the Barry stuff in Revelations 2, because it's like you're fucking popping off. You're like, whoa, fuck yeah, it's Barry. He's doing some crazy shit. It's awesome. He's like, it's worth playing just for Barry, right? It's like RE5 is worth playing just for Wesker. Barry's worth it just for Rev 2. Barry being the RE1 guy, right? You know, the older guy, the middle-aged guy. Revelations 1 doesn't have anything like that. It's just got a nice setting and a serviceable action exploration-y thing. But Rev 2 is more of like a fun little shooter campaign with some fun character moments. Yeah. But they're not like crazy. 6, I don't know. Where would you put 6 on this fucking list? 6 is definitely down here. Like, The thing with 6, like 6 is boring. It just drags and it's just dull. The campaigns are too long for how little they really change anything up. But like, the action isn't the worst thing ever. Like it is just pure shooter action, diving around and stuff, and it doesn't feel that great for how things are nowadays. Like there's some really good feeling shooters now, of all types and speeds. So it's like that doesn't stand true. I think the game is so fucking dead serious. It's cheesy in that the situations they're in are kind of wacky and over the top, like the action, but it's almost taking it serious as like an action thriller more than it is like a cheesy thing. It is such a dark, dreary, like, like, but overly long shooter thing. It's lost all of like the qualities of like 4's like thoughtful shooting and like pacing in lieu of a more grand scale, larger game with more campaigns and more characters and more mysteries and answers and more things tied in. You got Wesker's son, Jake. Anybody remember Jake? You got Sherry's ass, I guess, for some reason. You know, they got that kind of fan service in it. You know, you've got really tasteless shit like Helena's sisters, boobs bouncing around after she gets like shot in the head by Ada. It's, I don't know, man. I kind of. I'm telling you, like, I respect Outbreak for what it was doing. Like, 6 can be fun. I've played it too many times now to actually know how it feels to play it for the first time and, like, not be just tired as hell of it. Like, I can replay RE4 as many times as I want. I'll never get tired of it, right? Same kind of with 5, right? But, like, 6, it's like... it's a rougher go at it. Like, but like it is a competent shooter. Yeah, the cover stuff, the dodging around. If you're playing with a bud, it is all co-op, so it's like as a co-op shooter, there's still a lot of really over-the-top situations that aren't as fun as 5, but still fun to kind of poke at in the moment. They're not memorable, but they're fun to poke at in the moment. They're trying to do different stuff with each campaign. Like Leon's is more like spooky, but it's still full action. Chris is giga full action, not much spookiness. And then like Sherry's is supposed to be like the boogeyman one, and then Ada's is just like Ada just fucking around, I guess, a little bit of everything. I don't think those are distinct enough, and I don't think gameplay wise they're distinct enough. And I don't think the story is like woven together in a way that's interesting either. There's so much conspiracy globetrotting stuff, but every villain's lame, everything they're doing's lame. I don't know, man. It's tough. I would probably say I like 0 better on paper. I think 6 I've had more fun with and wanted to come back to more because of like us laughing at like playing No Mercy and all that on it. It's weird to put Outbreak there because I respect Outbreak more, but Outbreak is just, it was a fucking pain in the ass. It was like torture to play sometimes. It was great playing it with people, but I was like, 6 is a lot smoother of a pill to swallow. And it is like, it's shit, like, because it is so drawn out and bloated and like unmemorable a lot of the time, but like it at least plays fine. In the moment with the right people, it can be, you know, something to laugh at or just to run through and do a shooter co-op thing. Outbreak, it's like it's hard to derive a lot of enjoyment out of Outbreak for me, out of the first one at least. You know, the second one I would say is better than 6 in that it at least cuts some of the bullshit and makes more interesting scenarios and stuff. And I respect it more, I guess. I don't know. It's hard. This is a hard bit. I just have such a weird history because I've played 6 like 4 or 5 times on like the highest difficulties and shit. But I think it's shit. But like we just do it, you know, for co-op and just to kind of just something to do with friends and shit. 6 is yeah. I was kind of thinking about that. I was like, 0 is a pain, but I'm like, it's a pretty harmless, like old school style, but it's so forgettable as well. And I don't find it as fun as like some of the base shooting is in 6. Like that's my thing. It's like you have so many better like versions of this that what 0 brings to the table isn't cool enough. At least 6, like it's more fun to play. Yeah, it's long and bloated, but like it's a pretty competent little big budget set piece shooter. Like 0 has some great looking stuff. But yeah, like 6 you do get the co-op element. You know, there is some unique co-op stuff in it. Like 0 is like such a pain and so forgettable. Like it has some good visuals, but I don't know. It's these are all really close to me. Outbreak 2 I would say is definitely better than those, just at least for the zoo level. Is more inspired and better executed than anything in those 2 games. And it's still something I respect, especially on a PS2 multiplayer thing. It's still a pain in the ass to play Outbreak 2, but Outbreak 1's just so much more annoying. Yeah, I like difficult survival horror, like watching your shit, but like 0 is just a pain with it. And for what? Like there's barely any upsides on 0. Outside the train visuals. Some costumes. It's like at least 6 is like a little funny to laugh at, kind of fun to play. I would never put it like super high on the list of like you gotta play it co-op with your buds. But like if you're a Resident Evil fan, you got some friends that you played like 5 with, you just want to like, you know, fuck around and see like kind of a mistake that happened with Capcom that kind of killed the series until 7. You know, I think it's really interesting to play. I think seeing the progression of Resident Evil, where it gets more and more actiony and over the top, and then it culminating in what something that's super high budget that pretty much just kills it. You know, all the players are here, all the characters. You know, it's like this big fucking like goofy Marvel bullshit coming of all characters doing stuff. It's so self-serious and like taking itself so serious, so big, but then like it just kills it, right? It loses everything about the series that you love, but like still kind of does its own thing enough to be kind of like on a base level fun. Like they get the shooter thing a little bit, but like I think it's interesting to see the game. I think it's worth playing if you've played them all. If you like super duper value time and you're not into like game history or like trends or the series trajectory, I think you shouldn't play it. But I think it's just kind of like it's neat, right? You can't think about Resident Evil without 6 at some point, you know. You talk about it a lot. Yeah. Where I think 0 is like not really interesting. It's a prequel nobody really asked for, with some craft on the environments visually. Like the artists are good, but like with like kind of half-baked ideas and tedium and honestly just like really forgettable stuff. So it's like it's just not, there's not really a lot of good big moments. Yeah, it's so weird. Like Rebecca's there and then she's like there again and like remake. It's an odd idea that I feel like is them almost flipping assets of remake, man, or vice versa. not really flipping assets, but like they probably are like, you know, what they learned from one was definitely used in the other, but they wanted to throw a spin on it. When did RE4 come out? – 2005. Resident Evil 0 comes out in 2002, so you got to think at this point, Code Veronica was the last game before this, which didn't set the world on fire. So it might be them trying to kind of harken back to like the glory days with like, you know, one style stuff. And then 4 luckily fucking regens the entire fucking series. And then it dies again 6, and then it comes back for a long time with 7, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel the same. Part of me almost wants to put up. I don't. I think I would get flamed for putting Outbreak lower than 6. Like Outbreak 2. I do respect Outbreak 2 more, but I honestly probably have more fun playing 6. Because at least Outbreak is like a pain, but I respect it. And I like a lot of elements of it. Outbreak 1's too annoying, but Outbreak 2 is enough. It's a big enough leap. It's still a far cry from what it should be, but so is 6, right? I don't know. This is kind of a weird section, and I don't think putting them above each other. They're pretty. They're all kind of. It's a goop right there. So. There's RE7. I'd probably put RE7 up here. Yeah, just generally, I don't know where I'd put it above the classics. So RE7, obviously production value is great. You know, all your acting and animations and visuals. I think the fusion of modern horror, where it's like more, you know, the more spooky production value, jump scare type of horror. You know, I would say Resident Evil's never truly been scary. Maybe for way back in the day when you first played like Resident Evil 1, it's kind of spooky, but I think generally Resident Evil's got a spooky flavoring to it. Like, you know, going out on Halloween's supposed to be spooky, but it's not actually spooky. I think 7 has got actual spookiness in it, right? It still knows to have a little cheese in there. You know, the bakers are all just kind of over the top and goofy, but the cool thing about it is that it takes, other than the first person perspective, it like goes back to kind of the series roots with exploration of like a new novel place, right? Like it's not a mansion this time, it's like a fucking, you know, like a hillbilly compound pretty much, right? It's like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre thing in the bayou, and I think that's a pretty like neat kind of place to take it after everything else. Like it's coming back down to like RE0 is trying to come back to the roots a little bit. 7 is coming back to the roots in a way that's fresh while keeping the stuff that made the series big in the first place. So exploring a map, watching your ammo, you know, not being able to be like an action superstar guy, you know, keeping the scope pretty light. You know, it builds up a little bit. And some of those are the shittiest moments, like the boat and the mine and all that, but character focus, fun little character stuff, the bakers. I mean, Ethan, Mia, not quite so much. I don't like Mia much, but she's like almost fun to hate over the couple games she's in. I think it's a really good way to have kind of like rebirth the series while still kind of leaving room for bringing back stuff with like light tie-ins. But yeah, rebirthing the series in a way that still feels like Resident Evil, right? It isn't like 6 feels way more of a departure from the series than 7 does, right? 7 feels like it's closer to like a first-person spooky version of like 1, sorta, right? You know, it's a different setting, but it's in that vein. And there's a lot of modern touches and little things like that. I like it. I think it's cool. I definitely think it's a must-play out of them. It's probably the scariest by like a long shot of all of them. It's quotable, funny still, and worth talking about. You know, it's a very dark game. I mean, you know, there is variety between the locations and stuff, but it's definitely not like Some of them, like if you like a bit heavier location variety, maybe like a Nemesis or something, or a 4, it's not quite there, but like it never gets like boringly samey like a 6 does. Like location variety or sometimes fun. So I don't know. I'd put that there. Resident Evil 2 remake. I think this one's really good. I think this is one of like the best examples of like a spiritual like reimagining of something, right? You know, Resident Evil 2, it's such a like a different perspective. It's pre-rendered. It's tank controls. You know, it's so much older that you can take it through many generations of budget and like tech and stuff, and try to distill the spirit of it down into something modern. And I think they do a great job of that. It feels like Resident Evil 2, but like, you know, like, but still super different. Something that comes out today, right? So. Still got great exploration. They use technology to make stuff like Mr. X more expanded on. He's not really a thing in 2. Like, he's there, but like, if RE2 Remake didn't exist and they just made Requiem out of nowhere, like, half of the callbacks wouldn't even be there, right? Plant 43 would be out there, not fucking Mr. X, right? Like, Mr. X is not much of it. He's there, but he's like, it's more just to show that, like, they have, like, super weapons they can control, right? And to give you, like, a boss to fight outside of Birkin. So it's like they expand on that, kind of like with RE1 Remake has like the daughter and all that stuff. So it's like you get cool Mr. X stuff where you can hear him everywhere, which, you know, has really fun implications for, you know, how it mixes up the exploration, right? You get liquors and all that stuff you have to worry about, but then you also might have to worry about like running from something while you're backtracking. So, you know, you do have to kind of route a bit, decide what you're going to kill, manage your inventory and stuff. And it's very tense and spooky while still being more in the line of Resident Evil, right? Like RE7 feels like it's almost like a tonally and visually like a super new thing, despite the gameplay being like very similar. But RE2 Remake feels like old Resident Evil, but with like a new flavor, and I really like that for it. And it just captures everything that's good about the old stuff. Like I said, from the weapon stuff to the vibe and all the different, you know, creature variety and the goofy character stuff, and sometimes some of the cheese like the alligator, and all the location variety, and it just captures that in a modern way. That's kind of cool, not in like a cynical way, but like, hey, here's a neat reimagining, right? Like that kind of like childhood. Oh, what if this game or this thing, but like new or live action? And it's like, you know, that's usually a horrible fucking idea. And I tend to hate remakes more and more as I get fucking older, but I think RE2 and generally Resident Evil is a very cool, well together way of doing that style. It's like a spiritual, it captures the spirit of RE2 really well, while standing on its own. They're both very playable, you should play them both, but it's fun. You can easily do you can easily do 2 playthroughs back to back. I think it's got some of the best bonus extra features and stuff, and you can probably give the original Resident Evil 2 credit for a lot of that. That's why they have a lot of it into Remake. But 7's good about that as too. Great DLC in 7. A lot of really imaginative situations and full new campaigns and ideas and wacky shit. Right? They have like DLC in 7 where it's like one of those gimmicky things where it's like you have to like mess with the room and then return the room back to where it is before Marguerite comes in or she'll fucking kill you or whatever. You know, it's like little goofy shit, like experimental little goofy shit. And you know, you get the crazy campaign with the fucking the uncle like going full cheese, like fucking wrestler on, you know, stuff. And you know, RE2 Remake has a lot of like DLC like that. They'll take themselves a little more serious, but you know, a lot of, well, I guess non-DLC built-in challenges. So like the hunk shit's really fun, and that, you know, to the point where he's in like Requiem, right? Just because of that. The tofu shit. It's just really fun to play. It's really tense. The shooting feels great. The animations, just the visual quality, how they use the tech of the modern day to capture the spirit of the old stuff while still adding new shit like Mr. X is like patrolling. It just works well, and all the new areas are neat. It's a good time. Definitely one of the best reimaginings ever. RE3 remake. This was outsourced, if I remember right. I'm rambling on some of these a bit. Very well formed thoughts. Some of these, it's been a while. RE3 remake has the sin of making Nemesis not cool. Like I think if RE3 just existed in a vacuum, nobody would care about Nemesis. That's my thing. Is like nobody thinks about Nemesis unless you're old school. You think about Mr. X, right? Mr. X should have been less cool than Nemesis, but RE3 remake is all the stuff that it does that's new and how it handles the old shit is so kind of early done that it's hard to really kind of put it on the same level as RE2 remake, despite being at the same base, right? So what RE3 remake has going for it is that it is running off the RE2 engine, assets, all that kind of stuff. So like, it is a fun time. It feels good. It looks good. Seeing the Nemesis like locations put into like a modern lens is kind of neat. I think it's worth playing. Like I enjoy it. Probably I probably put like a here on it kind of guy probably. Like I think it is a good time, but I think the things that are memorable that they just nailed perfectly in RE2 remake as a remake and just in general just aren't there. Like a lot of the new sections in RE2 remake are great. Sewer. Expanded cherry parts are fine, you know, stuff like that. The new X shit is great. Some of the new underground stuff's cool. RE3 remake, it's like the new Nikolai shit, not good near the end. It's like just boxes of mazes. The new Nemesis sections, like you get rid of all the choices. Now it's just like run down a hallway with Nemesis chasing you. There's a couple more fights. He looks worse. His new forms, he like turns into like a dog thing. They're more over the top. He's like a wall. Yeah, I mean, he is like a blob, I suppose, at the end of the original too. But like, it feels a little bit more like it makes more sense, and it's not just trying to be goofy or like big. Like Jill is really lame. Her outfit's lame. She herself has like no charisma. She doesn't feel like she's probably some kind of boss, operator, special forces person, like she kind of did, at least visually in RE1. You know, obviously it's Saved by Barry a lot in the original, but in RE1 remake, she feels a bit more. Got her shit going on, and 5 and Revelations a bit too. She's just kind of lame in 3 remake. I don't think the one-liners or anything really work. Carlos is fine. He's totally different. He's kind of like a Luis sort of change up. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to make him more of a sex god than like anything like the original. But it's fine, whatever. I don't really feel much about Carlos either way. But that's kind of my thing. It's like for all the new stuff they try to do or new takes on old stuff, I just don't think it works quite as well. Like Leon's really good in RE2 remake. Claire, I'm not huge into. I like the iconic old outfit. She kind of felt like she had her shit together a little bit more. She's not like fish out of water, useless villain in RE2 remake or anything, but definitely felt like in the original RE2, like kind of a little. Just I mean, you don't get as much characterization in those, so it's like it really is costumes and like a couple moments, but she feels like she's got her shit together a little bit more. She's kind of just like she's alright in RE2 remake, but Jill just feels she's supposed to be actually like more special forces. Yeah, kind of more like the badass chick, and she's just not really there, right? It's just not as interesting. So there's just not much about RE3 remake on that level I really care for. And they get rid of a lot of the things that were unique about Nemesis, right? The choices and all that. So it's weird they didn't try to do anything Please wrap it up. Yeah, it's weird they didn't try to do anything that the original did that was unique, while trying to do new things that just don't work out as well. But it's still fun because it's RE2 Remake's system. But man, after Mr. X, where it's like really spooky, he's like coming around and chasing you, to like have Nemesis, and he just doesn't. I need to make her RE3 talk as long as RE3 Remake is. Sorry, it's pretty short. Yeah, I'm rambling on. Village. I'd probably put Village here. It's hard to say. It's really hard to compare Nemesis 2 and Village at 7 for me. They're pretty different. So I'm just gonna have them be in chunks. I think they're all pretty great. You could say maybe you prefer the 7, 8 style. I think 2 and 3 are just a more tight package for the kinds of games they are. 7 and 8 are tight for what they are, but you know, there's just a little bit of weirdness here and there. Obviously, you know, the production value is way higher and stuff. I don't care as much about that as much as how it's effectively used. So I'm one of those guys who likes 8 better than 7. It's a little less spooky. It's a little bit less of an interesting map design. You know, it's got some weird moments like the Chris part that I like, but and a little bit more tie-ins to the older stuff. But I kind of like that it's sort of trying to do like an RE4 thing, but for like the 7 style. I have fun doing like some of the light shooter stuff. It's not a full-on like first person, like, you know, like I'm boomer shooter or some shit like that, but like it's a little bit heavier on that, a little bit like of looting and upgrading with the Duke, and you know, he's fun. You know, it's kind of like a theme park thing, like you go to like separate areas, kind of like 4, except in this you kind of have a hub. And you do those areas, and they're like, you know, here's a spooky level where you just run from a guy, and like here's one where it's like out on a lake, and you know, here's one where it's like a compound, and you know, I think the production value is really good. There's some really cool set pieces. I think all of those areas at least once are fun. Cool to upgrade shit. I like the cheese. There's a little bit more cheese and goofiness. You know, the 8-10 foot tall booby lady, the weird Van Helsing fucking guy talking about boulder punching and like a fucking metal tornado with superpowers. It's like, it's goofy, but because of this, like the cinematic nature of it and the production value and the tone, they kind of own it pretty well. So, I don't know. I just like the gameplay a bit more, and I like the upgrading. And I think the area variety is a bit more interesting to me than 7. Which is kind of all the same stuff. But I do like the Bayou, like Texas Chainsaw thing going on. 7 still. I don't like it like way more, but I do enjoy it. And I think it's just one of the better ones anyways. Like, it's a good time. You know, the original Resident Evil is cool. It can be a little annoying. 3 Remakes had some issues. 5, you know, maybe pound for pound, I get more laughs out of 5. But anyways, RE4 Remake. I don't know. These are all really good. They're all good in different ways too. So RE4 Remake's pretty godly. Just the best combat in the series. New ideas with pairing, which highlight even more cool melee stuff. It still has all the like leg shots, melee stuff, you know, the ways you could take most of the areas, you know, a little bit more vertical play. It still has all the cool locations. You know, they get rid of some, they add a few others, remix it a bit. The hitbox porn, all the little like the enemy variety, like it just feels fucking great. That the fucking dynamic difficulty and like loot is still just super tight. It is just like super fun. Arguably if you're a little of a more fast style shooter fan, I would say don't play RE4 on a controller. I think in general, I would recommend not playing on a controller once you get started with 7 and on. I think it turns into more of a satisfying mouse and keyboard series because it starts being a little more rewarding to like be able to handle your shooting a little stronger. Either it's you saving ammo or just making cool shots to do crazy difficult stuff like 4. Or like I said, 4 remake or the original 4 is a bit more made for that pace. And it does that really well. But RE4 just really good combat, really good levels. It owes most of that to like the original 4, but it's just a really solid time. Clean upgrading, clean locations. The only thing I don't really like about it, I would argue probably it's got better combat than the original 4. What I don't like about it, it's a different, I guess, speed, but the big thing I don't like about it is kind of the tonal stuff. Like I said, I get a lot of fun out of a lot of the quotability, the charisma, and the way some of the people chime in the original 4. The new 4 doesn't quite have that charisma. Ada sucks. It's more straight edge. Straight man Leon with a little bit of like one-liner stuff. It doesn't hit quite as well. Nobody's quoting RE4 remake. So it's a little less fun on that front, and I don't think it makes up for it in like a much more spooky, interesting, like dark story. Turning Sadler into just an actual cult leader is just kind of boring. He's just kind of lame. He's totally forgettable, right? RE4 original, like a lot of those characters are just memorable because they are kind of just different, right? It's not just like a cult leader. It's like some guy pretending to be a cult leader, make some money. Like that's your main fucking bad guy, like whatever, right, And there's like, there's like a lot of goofy shit like that, and just how Leon treats everything. And the 4 remake just doesn't have a lot of that tone that I think the original had. And I think it makes up for it of having a lot of really cool gameplay and stuff, and great production value. It's a great looking game. They have like more emotional crap going on with Ashley, but she's not really interesting in that either. She's not amazing in the original. She's more of just like she's important to the story, but she's kind of almost like a token thing there, a goal. Than just she's not going over like an arc like Grace kind of is or anything. She's not like a nothing character, but so assignment Ada and stuff is all woven into, and separate ways are woven into one piece of DLC in RE4 remake as well, and I think that's really fun. They have a lot of cool like physics stuff, all that with some of the fights, and it's just like another fun blast. I don't really care for Ada in the new one. I liked her old like femme fatale, like charisma. She's probably like the most charismatic of all the old characters, all the old chicks. But I guess because Jill and Claire never really got like a new one for them to shine in. Like, I mean, 8 is not that interesting in 2 or in 6. Yeah, so it's kind of like Leon. 4 is just like more fun, has more fun writings. Which is why a lot of people dunk on Ada and RE4 remake, is because she is fun and like cool and original. I think they've since then still been able to keep Leon pretty interesting, but that's my big thing, I guess. Where I feel like 4 is the entire package. I don't really have any like issues with 4. 4 remake just has a few blemishes on some of the tonal stuff. It's not a huge deal. I mean. Anyways, Requiem. I'd probably put it here at this point. Maybe because I'm just coming hot off it. Hard to say. We talked about it a lot already earlier, but I think it marries all of the styles of Resident Evil pretty well and executes on all of them pretty well. Maybe it's not the best combat one. I still think RE4 remake's the best at that. As far as like, map traversal and like taking dudes out, it's like Resident Evil 1 remake's still probably the best at like some of that. 7's still spookier. But Requiem tries to do so many new things with like, well, the production value is insane. That's already super cool, but the more dynamic zombies, having like a really strong first-person old school style with lots more variety of like enemies and locations and stuff, while still trying to like weave in like scary shit. Like it just does it really well. New ideas with like ink ribbons to make it probably the best ink ribbon system it's ever had. And a lot of tension and not, if without even tension, just cool min-max opportunities to learn about and little secrets and to play stronger and better and stuff, and which I think probably added some cool replay value. I think it's tonally very tight on those sections too, right? There's a little bit of over-the-top stuff, but it's for a game that's trying to kind of be steeped in the old lore. It's only really giga fan servicey for like one section. I feel like they let Grace's sections breathe, which are kind of a mix of the new and the old. And RE4, like Leon sections in this are kind of like that in between where it's like just his action shit, and I think they all work really well. If you're a fan of all those styles, I think they're just all here. They're all fun. You get fan service, you get spookiness, you get map, exploration, ammo conservation, and all that kind of stuff. It looks amazing, super well acted. You care about the lore, I guess it tries to put all that in together. It's definitely more about kind of fan service and just the cinematic nature of it all, but it never forgets the roots. Like, it's just a fun game at its core, right? Like, there's fun set pieces, lots of fun bosses that are well put together. They're not just for looks, right? Like, the spider boss, he's actually crawling around doing shit. Like, maybe it's not the best boss fights gameplay-wise in the series. Tyrants, he's okay, stuff like that. They're like not like super crazy. He's cool as like a thing to be there, but yeah, they make enough differences in gameplay where stuff like Leon still stands on its own from 4, like being able to kind of melee more stuff, have like a melee attack, and repair your shit on the fly, and you kind of have like a more expedited like version of 4's weapon upgrading and all that. A bit of exploration and all that stuff. I don't know, we talked about it a lot already earlier, but yeah, exactly. Like I said, I don't think any one particular thing, except maybe the Grace part, is like better than, like, I would say that I like RE2 remakes exploration stuff better than the Grace part, but it's like that it does so many new things with the same, like with all of the styles other than like RE6, and that it still finds room to do new things with them and like still do them really well with like really strong production value and like good pacing and stuff. It's just really impressive. It's cool seeing a AAA game with this much production value and visuals still be as fun as it is and focused on being like entertaining or spooky or what the series is about that keeps people wanting to play it. It's not just the story and the characters. Like, people like seeing Leon pop off, but he's only cool to pop off because the games are fun to play and he's in cool situations, right? I think it doesn't really have many bad moments. Even the orphanage is like whatever, right? Where it's like 7, you get some shitty moments like the end. Village has a few weird parts. I mean, Nemesis and RE2 are pretty 7 is just 9 is just like impressive in how much it's like kind of going for while still being really entertaining. Is this a game you're gonna make like speed runs well, or you're gonna make really cool randos for? Like, probably not. I mean, that doesn't really matter. It is a bit more scripted. It is a bit more curated. But I think it just hits a really strong blend, whether incidentally or not. I think it knows to not be too fan servicey while still being, fan servicey. Leon in a couple of his chapters. It's trying to do kind of character arcs without going too crazy on it. it's multiple gameplay styles, which maybe down the line some people be like, oh, I just want to play the Leon shit, or oh, I just want to play these parts. But like as just like an experience overall, it's like really cool. Like if you just want to go play more Leon action, you just go play 4 remake, right? If you want to go play like a focused, spooky, you know, gray section, you could just go play 7 or something, right? But like that you get the whole shebango. Like it's more of what you like, but like with a different flavoring to it. It just does that all really well. It could have been very fucked. I'm very curious to see where the series will go from here. You know, Requiem was great. I assume we got a lot of remakes coming. I think some of the remakes coming, like if there's gonna be a CVX or 5 or 0, have a lot of potential to do some really new shit and have way more wiggle room to be reimagined into something neat. And they have a lot of cool settings and stuff they could do. Stuff like co-op that could be cool. I guess 0 is not as interesting. There's rumors of an RE1 remake style. I mean, I play it, of course. I mean, I guess it could be cool. I don't know. RE1 remake's already godly. Getting a third-person version of that's not really as interesting, but I mean, I guess it could be cool. I feel like it's also gonna be like a really short fucking game, but maybe not. I guess it'd be fine. They'd probably expand on it even more. Right? Maybe try to do more character stuff. It definitely feels like they could rev up for like a Chris remake, you know, saga here. Right? If they did 1 and CVX and 5, I mean, it's kind of like a Chris thing. So. Yeah, the survey. I don't know. There's other Resident Evil games I haven't played. I think only Umbrella Chronicles and Dark Side Chronicles are the ones I kind of care about. The rest of these are like multiplayer nonsense. I guess Guided could be interesting. Survivor 2 could be kind of a fun like rail shooter to check out. I don't remember Undead Aim. Like maybe I'd check out some of these, but I don't know. For the most part, we've kind of played everything worth it. Shit. I don't know. What is this? How's this list looking? Any big disagreements? I've tried to justify stuff, but I'm rambling pretty hard. I think for the most part, Resident Evil as a series is very solid, and there's only a few big stinkers, and those are pretty obvious. And then the ones that aren't as obvious, like 0 and 6, like if you're like new to it, or like Outbreak, like you would not even probably, like most people aren't going to be able to play Outbreak, and then 0 and 6 are like, they've at least got some okay moments, but really outside of those, like you're pretty well set. Village should be above RE3. I mean, yeah, I'd probably rather replay Village than RE3, I guess. Village is more fun than Nemesis, but I kind of like Nemesis. It's like a character and like the location. Locations in 8 are cool too. I respect that. I don't know. I don't, like I said, I could put Village and 7 over 3 and 2. I could interchange them. These are all pretty similar for me. Obviously, Village is probably the most fun out of all these. And the most like clean, like it's not clean, but it's got the most production value. But I mean, a lot of that's like, you know, being newer. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do like that old style, though. I respect that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could. I definitely don't disagree. But I'm not. I don't know. I don't feel like crazy strong on it. No, it is pretty good. I just want to go watch it again or something. Anything else? I do wish one of my biggest problems with Requiem is that I kind of wish it had like a tofu or like a hunk mode. I think having just that extra bit of like super fun like a couple super fun side things really round out the package pretty hard. You know, RE4 has like mercenaries and shit like that. You know, RE2 remake has a lot of the fun little side modes and stuff. Requiem has like nothing. I don't think it's a huge deal. There's a couple videos, but like I'm looking through it right now. And not really. I mean, it's you unlock insanity and it's got like this big puzzle thing, but it is just the campaign. I get it. I do kind of wish it had like that hunk, right? That like blast to like fun, but it's whatever. Anyways, I don't know. I feel like the weird ones for me right now are probably like the outbreaks. I definitely think they're low tier. You know, 0 and 6, like, it's fine. I think Survivor and Operation Raccoon City being the bottom rung makes sense. I think in a way, yeah, I kinda sorta can like Village and 7 more than 3 and 2, but I like the setting and the tone of 2 and 3 a lot. And like how iconic some of these characters and how memorable they are, and some of the enemies and stuff like Nemesis. The locations and stuff. Like, I think 7 and Village are really cool on that front too, so not a big deal. I think like 7 has way more downer moments than 2 and 3 do for what they are. And I mean, they're very different styles. So maybe I could swap those around a bit. I feel pretty solid on the top row, I'd say though. Maybe I'd put the original, like Resident Evil Remake, maybe a touch lower. But I think it is really fucking, like, pretty much flawless for that type of game. Right? I'd say it's a little less fun than like 4 and 2 can be, like Remake can be, but it brings so much else to the table. Other than just like raw, like fun action, right? I don't know. I don't know. Feel alright on it. Time for a totally new tier list for the series down the line. I wouldn't mind doing like a full replay of like all these someday. Now, some of these I've only played 1. 2. I mean, I guess I technically played it twice because I did both. I've personally played Nemesis. You know, I've played shit like 5 like a million times, or like 4 like 10 fucking gazillion times. 2 remake, then the full double campaign. Shit. I don't know. I think Requiem would be like less fun to replay than 4 remake, maybe even 2 remake. But it is a very strong just like playthrough. I think it'd still be cool to replay. I'm gonna watch people play Insanity right after this. Anyways, I'm gonna save this. Thanks for listening to me ramble. Oh, chat is. I did. Okay. Oh, okay. Save this over my old one. Yeah. Well, thank you guys for watching. Oh, I'm still reconnecting. Oh, is my internet down? I think I'm back. Did I miss anything after Godo said Village should be above RE3? I think so. Anyway, it's probably not the most tightly structured tier list or anything like that. These smiles look like they're fake, bro. They look like actual, like this fucking like that weird Russian where they put a smile, fake smile on people thing. But anywho, Man, I wonder where they'll go next. I'm excited for reimaginings. Give me Dino Crisis. Like like I said, we're in the realm of reimaginings that can really be different in a way that's super cool. And then I'd love to see where they go with like actual new ones, right? They're definitely trying to set up for more, and of course they're not gonna let Resident Evil die until it doesn't make money anymore. Probably this game did crazy well. Is this already like one of the top selling games I've ever done? I wouldn't be surprised. I think 6 was one of the top selling games in the series at one point, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, sometimes the newest game in your series is only sells as good as the quality of the last game, right? You know, RE5 was like huge for a lot of people, and like 6 rolling off of that, and then the series dies after that. I mean, 7's obviously such like a reboot essentially, but I think having all of these games be pretty much easily available has gotten more and more people into these as like a series, and kept like a stronger fan base, building on quality, building on like fusing styles together, and having some characters come back while trying to infuse new elements in. I think they've just done a good job of keeping this shit afloat. And for a AAA fucking thing, it's pretty rare. I mean, these days, especially, it's like the Japanese AAA scene's about it. I mean, I don't know, man. There's some great Western AAA stuff. Like, I think Remedy's amazing. I think Alan Wake 2 is a god game. Man, I really hope Control 2 is good. They just can stay afloat under new management and shit like that, but God. Yeah, when we were joking around during this playthrough about like Days Gone and all that stuff, it's like, you know, I feel like a lot of AAA devs just miss the sauce. It's cool to see games that have like big budget feel like they're actually trying to like do something cool with it, or not just pandering to like a larger group for cash. Like, I mean, like I said, these have an inherent like interest that I feel like a broader interest than something like super niche would be, like, you know, like if you made like Dragon Guard or something, AAA is not gonna sell as much, but I don't know. They stay fun. Like, it's not trying to be like an open world game with constant flowing story every 2 seconds, and it's super chatty and giga hand holding. There's a lot of like clever hand holding in this, like, you know, how they'll show little things or put light on stuff or have her say certain things, you know, rewatching what the stuff I've already done. You know, it's definitely not trying to like just drop you off the cliff and say good luck, but it's got a little bit more respect for you and for the fans, and knows what has made the series good. That I feel like you kind of miss in some AAA stuff. Not that I'm saying AAA in general is just all bad, but there's a reason a lot of it dying. Dude, I'm so glad that, like, and maybe they don't even mean it to be this way, that there's still just so much funny, stupid shit to laugh at like that in Resident Evil. Like, for me, Resident Evil is like just serious enough where I kind of care about some of the lore and mostly just the characters, but it's more on the level of not quite Commando, but like kind of in that realm where it's like I pop off at like really stupid stuff because like the gameplay is king and it's super focused on and super clean, and like the cutscenes and the goofy moments like that are just kind of like more like a treat. They're just more like funny. Like, she's just like, she doesn't know, like, she can't figure out this extremely easy puzzle, the braille and all that, you know. Like RE8, it's like Chris is just not gonna tell Ethan anything. It's like causes all of the problems, right? Like, you know, if you try to take it really seriously as like a character arc, or like, you know, as like a really super immersive thing, like it hurts it. Yeah. Yeah, is her blindness permanent, or is it because, you know, something divine? No, look at her eyes. She's not blind anymore. She doesn't have cataracts. Oh yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah, she can't read Braille anymore, bro. You have to be blind to read Braille. Well, I didn't know if it meant like helping her with her Braille, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, she already was good at reading, I guess. Again, she's lost it. She's Brailleless. Emily, we need you to be blinded again. We need you to go back. You're the only one who could read Braille left on the team. Like, I'll do it. I'll go back. Creates Ashcroft's the holy Braille. So, like, I don't know. That kind of goofy stuff. That they haven't lost that, whether it's accidental or not, is great. You know, like Leon McCool sections, little one-liners, and then it's like, okay, you know, they're keeping it under the, you know, they're keeping it tight. We got fan service RPD stuff, and then he's like, the fucking motorcycle, which is like a 6 Vendetta thing, right? He doesn't do motorcycles on any of the other games. Right? Motorcycle shootout, flying up skyscrapers and shit. Yeah, where it's like, that's my thing. It's like, you know, you can't have the skyscraper part and be like, yeah, we're taking it dead serious, right? You know, the Gideon guy's on another, you know, you're doing like a joust thing, and like I think they've been really good about that, right? Like 8 was good about that too, where it's like it's really serious and stuff, but then like you have the fucking like tornado of like mech fight with fucking Ethan and stuff at the end, and it's like, you know, it almost feels like they're like, it's like a very important part to them. Like they've like they're fucking like mathematically tried to like include into the formula like a bit of cheese and like goofiness. Like you get Chonk in this. His name's fucking Chonk, and he's like cursing at you, telling you to eat shit. Like he looks really good, and the animations are great, and it's like spooky, but it's like also funny, right? But it's not like Evil Dead 2 like kind of B-movie cheese. Like it finds a cool line that I think keeps it like quotable, or like something we could joke about while still kind of somehow taking it seriously. But at its core, the most important thing is that it's very tight on game. I know, right? That's so crazy working 60 now. I'm down to boot up, man. I mean, if we're both around going forwards, I'm down to get started on Dead Space 3 in the future. If you want to schedule it, we can, or if you just want to feel it out, I'll be down whenever you're down. So make it casual. That'll be interesting to see after this shit. And it'll be kind of a cute, I guess, look into like more survival horror co-op, where they might go with an RE5 remake. Boot up Pocopia? Yeah, I was thinking of doing that here in a bit. Or booting up Lost and Found Co., which was gifted to me by Lassie, which was made by one of his buddies who worked on their game together. That's supposed to be pretty good. It was reviewed pretty well. It's like a hidden object kind of adventure game things. Maybe we'll do both, but I'm gonna go watch some Insanity playthrough and watch some people get to the end, because I have not been watching anything past where I've been. I want to see the puzzle, the Giga puzzle in this and everything, so I'll probably stream some more today, but I'm gonna let myself enjoy all that stuff and soak in this game a bit more. But yeah, cool beans, man. If they do DLC, maybe I'll check it out. But when was RE4 remake? When did that come out? Resident Evil 4. Yeah, we can get that shit for like $40 right now. It's not even on sale. That's just how much it costs. It's crazy. That was 2-ish years ago, so yeah, 2-3 years from now. I mean, maybe even sooner, depending on how they handle these. Get another one, huh? Alright guys, I'll see you for now. Thank you very much for hanging out. Oh yeah, the double ending in Requiem. What the fuck was with that? Why was there 2 endings? To watch Leon get shot in the fucking face, man? So so weird, man. It's totally unnecessary. Yeah, that almost feels like it's just some weird fucking Fujo like insert. Anyways, next up, Procopia, Lost and Found Co, and maybe Dead Space 3. And then obviously in the future we're going to continue the RTS history event. There's more survival horror, I guess. Fear the Spotlight will come in the mail in probably a week or so. There's more Capcom, Pragmata. Probably won't look as good. I'm gonna play it on PS5, but that'll be interesting to see. I mean, how well Pragmata does, I think, is going to dictate a lot of what they're willing to do as far as crazy spin-offs and IP revivals like Dino Crisis. So that'll be something to keep in track of. But yeah, really probably do a VN. I'm kind of revving up on that. I did pick up, as far as shorter stuff goes, Siren's Call Escape Velocity. I don't know if it's good. I like the tags, some of the description, and the thought of it being maybe cool. But when I look at it, I don't know if it is cool. And I don't trust Steam reviews for VNs at all. I think it's like one of the worst fucking metrics. I don't know. Maybe do that, or maybe a longer one, like reread or something. Got a lot to do. There's also, I guess, just like a lot of one-off stuff. Part of me kind of wants to hit up some kind of like extremely surreal weird shit. So maybe I'll do LCD Dream Emulator. PKU Dreams is something I've been sitting on as far as like just raw gameplay goes. But really, I'd like to get through a lot more Game Pass stuff going forwards. The RTS thing was supposed to kind of start that. Now it's turned into me not playing most of them on that. So Diablo, a bunch of little indies and shooters and stuff. That'll be happening. Probably need to start the Kingdom Come 1 and 2 thing. Anyways,